Oh. Wow, that took way too long to get going. Oh. By coffee I am healed and brought to you. Hey, Bacon Avenger. First through, friend. How you doing? Yeah, this was one of those, like, coffee necessity mornings. I just made, like, a monstrous pot. So, I got the good coffee fresh off. But, like... Yeah, I'm having I mean, in terms of, like, the state of the universe and everything, I'm having a good morning. This has been one of those weeks where sleep's just not happening. On the plus side, I got to see Midnight Mass last night. I finished the series off, and oh boy, it was good. Bacon's down in the first batch. Also overslept. Okay. This is where I think astrology gets people. Because right now, I'm like, shit, you overslept in drinking coffee. I overslept in drinking coffee. Like, maybe there's some mystical force. Now, it's called Thursday. My dudes. Anyway, how are you doing, friend? How are you doing? This is one of the reasons why I don't do like a just starting screen. Is these little like these almost like beginning of the morning kind of conversations. It's like everyone like filtering into the office, filtering into the bar. Except for we have a frog serenading us with fancy tunes. Okay. Bacon, how Newgrounds were you back in the day? Because I'm reeling from the fact that as of yesterday, there's a new Madness game. I don't know if you remember the Madness Collection or Madness Day. Those little, like, slightly one-up from stick figures with, like, the grey faces and the cross on and the floaty hands. Well, Bacon, I'm very glad. I'm the worst than sand in the house. And Wolf cried, good morning to you. What ho, friend. Come on in. Like I said, I'm reeling from the fact that a brand new Madness game came out. And it's one of those things that it's not going to hit everybody in the nostalgia. And it's not going to affect everybody the same way. But for me, I'm having this, like, time warp surrealism. It's like when Fancy Pants Adventure came out on Steam. And I was like... Like, just these old relics of an era past. Lord Lost and Found, what ho, friend? Coming in. I saw your little posts on doing spot repairs on the chair. Catastros, good morning, hello. Don't know where I was going with that one. Nearly fell off a cliff, but didn't. How are you doing, friend? As I was saying to Wolfcrad and Bacon, I'm just kind of reeling from an old Newgrounds classic getting a brand new game in 2021. Oh, more Armor games than Newgrounds back in the day. Okay. I don't know if you saw the Last Stand collection. Got a post on, got an entry on Steam, which blows my tiny mind. What was really cool though was remembering that I used to play that on a 56K on a piece of shit computer. Okay, no, it wasn't a piece of shit. At the time, it was great, but comparable to what I have now. And so jumping back onto The Last Stand was like muscle memory. It took me 2 seconds to be like, blam, 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 blam. Shooting zombie faces like there's no big deal. Yeah, and so Bacon, when they released the Last Stand collection on Steam, I just sat up on, I think it was a Saturday night after stream, I just played through them all. It's glorious. I think one of the things that's been lovely about revisiting a lot of those old titles, like Fancy Pants Adventures and The Last Stand, is that while they were built with Flash technology, which was woefully janky, there was some real creativity in that time, and it still shines through. It isn't just nostalgia for a time past. There was some genuinely good stuff. Sorry, Stepgen, getting all philosophical, having been here for 4 minutes. How are you doing? What ho, friend? Oh, sorry, just Lord Lost with. Oh yeah, old gal's got a few more years of sitting left in her. The hand-me-down chair that I've got here is starting to show wear and tear, which has done like like, what, like how long since I've been in here? Like a year and change? Yeah. I keep looking at the Secret Lab Monster Hunter chair because it's gorgeous, but it is stupid money, and I do not need it. Bacon Adventure says, Armor was good when they got hooked on Creeper World. Feckin' yo! Catastros pulled Shunten Doji in FGO. Normally they'd upload a screenshot to Arcade, but Shunten is one of the strongest yokai in Japanese mythology. Oh, it doesn't feel the need to bother with clothing. That's okay. I'm going to Google it. FGO. That is an interpretive... that is interpretive attire. But, if you're excited about it, I will assume that that is a feckin' badass character. Varbles Vanderbeest. What? Ho, friends? Vanderbeest, head of House Order. Hello, hello. Yeah, I've been playing World Flipper as my other little Mobley game at the moment. I can't see myself getting into it, but I have this current thing where I'm only going to keep 2 Mobley games on my phone. One landscape, one portrait. And since I've kind of rinsed the Gundam game, it's good. Like, it is an actual action control Mobley game, but there's nothing left for me to do on that. Oh yeah, Wolfgrad. It's subtle, which is why I like it. But yeah, that price tag, nah, I'm good. Like, when I think about how much, like, food and, like, how much I could spoil the nuggies with that much money. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Anyway, how's it going with your good selves? Sorry. As you came in, I was kind of reeling from finding out there's a new Madness game that's come out today. And so I'm trying to gauge who else was part of, like, the Newgrounds Flash era. Oh, nice. Oh, Katros was saying that character from Fate Go...
Online. Oh. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What hope. Happy to have found such a wonderful group of people, led by a genuine human being. Hashtag not a cult.
It's definitely not a cult. Get Ned, that is lovely of you to say. Although, sadly, at least from a medical standpoint, I am considered to be 3 corgis in a trench coat. Or some form of undead. We've not really done extensive tests on this. But Gitned, thank you for 3 months, yo. And I hope you're doing well. Yeah! Corgi after corgi scattered to the 4 winds. Thank you for the 100, yo. Three undead corgis and trench coat. Okay. Not feeling this track. Yeah, so I'm just reeling from, like, old games getting new revivals. And obviously, I can't comment on the quality of the game. The Madness series was a big inspiration for a lot of 2D titles that are now pretty big. Like, I'd need to talk to James again, but I think you can see a clear line between Newgrounds and Dishwasher the Vampire Samurai, which would then lead on to Salt and Sanctuary. And what was fascinating was, especially with, what was it, Tale of Iron, the Rats vs. Frogs 2D hack and slash that came out recently that looks cracking. The thing about that, which I found very, very interesting, is it was described as like Salt and Sanctuary. Salt and Sanctuary itself being a title that evolved from a blend of, like, Newgrounds classics and, like, new style Soulsian philosophy. Oh god, I just said Soulsian philosophy, like, unironically. Alright, well, friends, once this stream is over, I will be taking a small piece of wood and just bashing myself in the non-denominationals for uttering that phrase out loud without a hint of irony. I'm sorry, but my punishment will be swift. Aldous, what, oh friend? Yeah, Aldous, you're right. I should put $1 into the Souls jar. Ah! Farbles, not you too! Sorry, Favor 6. Oh, why was the Viking sailor so early for the party? He got there... Favor 6, why you like this? And thank you for the 100 bits, you fucking ledge. Sorry, Varble said it'll be the Dark Souls of punishment. I'm like, Wraith's not here yet. Why would you do this?
Who wants to sing?
Oh, Wheeler Dealer, thank you kindly for the host. How are you doing, friend? Anyway, I'm not just here to make everybody feel old today. I do seem to have a bit of the pith in me today. So, I don't know, I'm not angry by any means. I'm not mad at the world. I just seem to have a bit of the fighties about me today. I got sent a press release for... You know what? I'm not going to name the video game because I don't want to give them coverage for this because feck them. But they sent me this big old press release, big celebration about the fact that they're adding NFTs to their video game. And the thing is, the game is by no means a title that would benefit from that in any way, shape, or form. And the manner and the jubilation in this particular press release was ridiculous. Like, it was like Ghostbusters cartoon ticker tape parade level, like, celebration. And I'm over here being like, so what you're telling me is that the expensive JPEGs that are killing the world are being added to your game for no point and reason, and you are happy about this because you think you're going to make a lot of money. Okay. I'm considering adding a new mode to... I'm considering adding a new, not necessarily rule to the Longship, but, you know, House Longship. We do not pre-order. I guess we do not queue is more tongue-in-cheek. And we in this house, we copy-paste NFTs. In this house, we snip them. Oh. And, see, Aldous says, let's add it on! Let's put it on the blockchain! No, Dave. Dave, shut up. With intermittent Favor 6 jokes. Favor 6 with, thank you for the 100. Why couldn't the Viking get out of bed the day after running a marathon? He was too Thor to move. No, seriously, thank you for the bits. Even if it is just to dispense terrible jokes. But yeah, so what Aldous was saying about the blockchain craze, do you know what's fascinating? Is all the interesting titles that actually tried to use blockchain technology for gaming purposes all died. Like, I don't know the overhead costs of running that kind of system, and I don't know, like, the cost of implementation, but I can tell you that none of the blockchain-based video game projects really survived. I mean, there's probably some, like, middleware payment solutions plugged into some free-to-play titles somewhere. But at no point did any of, like, the creativity or the interesting concepts get implemented. And everybody that seemed to try died. Okay, the projects, not the people. So far as I understand. Oh, and JP, good morning. Watto? Katastra says, what's a blockchain? Oh, bleeding Nora. It's a long string of numbers. What are computed by computers. And there's only one of them. I'm sure there are people here that can do a much better job of explaining, like, the actual creation of blockchain tech and how it comes together. Favor, why are you hurting me like this? Thank you for the 100 again. Oh, why did Thor take so long to find his brother? He couldn't locate him. Why? Why would you do this? Just trying to hurt my dyslexic ass. Anyway, it was just a fascinating thing that kind of jumped out at me this morning. Oh. So how is it going with your lovely selves? Like I said, I've got the fighties about me today, but not in a bad way. Like, I'm not angry at the world. Could have done with a few more hours in bed, but like that's not really here nor there. I'm having one of those weeks where sleep's just not happening, but not because I'm up staring at the walls or stressing about stuff. It's just not. So, like as I was saying, I stayed up and watched Midnight Mass on Netflix last night, which, after Squid Game, I am now 2 for 2 on banging shows, plus Doom Patrol's happening. But Doom Patrol and What If are shows that me and Fiona are rationing. So, I haven't binged Doom Patrol, and I've still got a few more of the Star Wars visions as well. Oh no! Hey, Favor 6, I know that you are really you're really enjoying your job, so don't let me keep you up. Like, thank you for coming to hang out and throw bits. And it's not the last time we get to hang out. Today we're playing Sable, which, honestly, like, give it a look if you've got the cash. I'm a little worried that it's one of the gorgeous games of the year that's going to get ignored, just because of how good this September has been. And it was one of the bangers from previous E3s that I was super about. Gitned said, how is it that Korean TV shows in the past 5 years have pretty much all been amazing? I think it's the increase in revenue from international success, and the focal point on the South Korean entertainment industry now being a lot more accessible worldwide has meant more cash is coming in, which means that the amount of money is it's a high tide rising all boats, and we're getting basically the cherry-picked best bits. So, we don't have to watch the Korean equivalent of Emmerdale Farm, unless there's one of those and it's also awesome, and I will be happy to be wrong there. Oh yeah, Ikoa JP, yeah, Sable has been something that's been intriguing me for so long. I'm so ready to jump into it today. I managed to wait a week from it coming out, because just in case any of you wanted to play it first. But I have a feeling, friends, that much like myself, this September has just been a deluge of non-stop bangers. And it's not easing up. What was the other title I've been waiting for that came out today? Oh, it's Half-Life 2, but not Half-Life 2. Industria! Alright. Get a bloody eye full of this! Sorry to sound like a 2000s video game show presenter, but no. Check a look. This is Industria, and it couldn't wear its Half-Life 2 influences more on its sleeve. And yet another banging title. Like, this September has just been hit after hit after hit. And there are so many games that are going to get lost in the churn for this month. And it makes me a little sad. But I think I already talked a lot about that yesterday, of release windows and all that nonsense. And I don't want to bore you about it twice. Oh, sorry. Wheeler Dealer's been getting caught up on What We Do in the Shadows. I've not started Season 2. I'm a bad fan. But I do have that to look forward to. Oh, and on the how is it that Korean TV is amazing, Gitnet was putting forward that the South Korean accessibility in the world stage is definitely a factor. They're also thinking along lines of getting stories in the West they're not genuinely exposed to. I mean, I don't think that's an unfair way of putting it. It's not necessarily that... It's like when we had the big Japanese cinema explosion in English language territories. It's not that they're necessarily better than. It's that, especially for large-scale movies, we have a very, very stagnant industry. Not necessarily stagnant in terms of the titles it puts out, but Hollywood as an entity is locked in. Netflix and more of the streaming services have been shaking that stuff up, which is cool. But there's a certain amount of homogenization due to how those titles are created. Hey, Aperios, good morning, friend. Cheers to you. How's it going? Hello, hello, hello! Also, let me be a decent host and use my magical shout-out command! Boof. If you're not following Aperios, friends, please change that. Especially if you want to talk the art, craft, and business of them streaming internets. So, Aperios, what ho, friend? Oh yeah, as Wolfgrad was saying, South Korea's also had an amazing movie industry for many years. And again, we get the best of the best. God, it's so good. Well, and Wolfgrad, on that regard, I mean, I couldn't comment. Like, they're territories that I have a tertiary understanding of at best. And I don't know cinema like I know video games. Like, I can comment on the differences between the video game scenes in those different territories, but... Wheeler Dealer. What's the name of that one movie? The boy is actually old. Oh, Toy Story. Wheeler Dealer, how are you doing, friend? So, Berios, how was your morning? What's been going down? Tell me your tales. Oh, no! Oh, so, Rikami, Watto friend. Congrats on getting the second shot. But yeah, that's probably going to put a crimp in the new Melty Blood. I am so happy that everybody is so excited for Melty Blood. It is just... Seeing it is making me feel very old. Because it's like, it's a whole sphere of 2D fighters that I am so, like, underversed in. That all I can do is watch from the sides and go, yes, that is a great fighting game. Oh, Beadura, I believe you're talking about Parasite. Oh. I mean, the only thing I really have to add on the conversation is I'm just happy that we're moving more and more into into international media as a standard. Like, and I know that's the arty-farty dream, but, you know, once we start moving away from the old school of film distribution and regioning and all of that nonsense, once that's tossed out the window and we get it all on a... I don't know why I'm making, like, cake-making motions here. Watched British Bake Off last night, didn't I? Well, fell asleep during half of it. Apparently, I'm very entertaining to watch the British Bake Off with. Mainly because I give background commentary on all the contestants. I just can't help it. I'm still remember when Matt Lucas made his debut as a man in a baby onesie playing the drums. And now he's a bloke on the Great British Bake Off. All right. I couldn't make it up. Sorry, jumping back in. Melty Blood. What if we just skipped the visual novel and just had a feckin' fight? I like it. Melty Blood, the original indie fighting game. Favor6 says, are you finally catching up on the everything is a cake meme? It always was. We've known that in the British Empire has known the state of cake for a very long time. Yeah. Sorry, Katros was saying that they're tempted to get Melty Blood to encourage Type Moon to release more of their stuff in Europe. Yeah. And I say this with love and respect. The fighting game community in Japan is very insular when it comes to the non-Street Fighter, non-Tekken elements. and I don't think they're aware of the market internationally. I'm hoping that the move towards, again, digital distribution is going to start showing them like, wait, hang on, people play this? And Catastros, the stuff that comes to US and not Europe, there's probably someone in some publishing company somewhere, just one person that pushes real hard for a US release, and they go, all right, I guess, if you want to do the work. Sorry, Sadlin says, I keep expecting to come flying over a hilltop in Forza Horizon, and then have the terrible realization about to tear through the British Bake Off. It's fine. While Paul Hollywood is just a British filtered Guy Fieri, Prue would tear your car asunder. Much like Mary Berry before, she mastered all of the ancient arts. She can pull a contestant's heart out before they notice. And Catastros, that's entirely okay. That's entirely okay. Anyway, how are you all doing? Sadlin, good morning. Jafar James, what, oh friend? Beadora, I don't believe I said a proper hello, so what, oh friend? Beadora, I need to give you VIP because you've been on the YouTube VODs and time-stamping when the game actually begins. And I think that has led to people probably watching them a lot more and listening to less of this. I mean, this is probably the worst sleep aid in existence. So... Oh, you like the new vinyl cover? A friend of mine did that, and I want to get a fancy print of it. I want to get a fancy print of that. Sorry, I'm going to bring it up and then... saw a meme I had to stash for later. Here we go. So I took a photo of the guinea pigs just because, you know, they're feckin' cute. And I didn't see Yaskir in the background until after I took the photo. And if you see here, like, he's, like, in the background freaking out. So I turned it into a black and white photo, and it's like, why does it look like my guinea pigs are about to drop the hottest album of 1998? So my friend photoshopped this over, and I fucking love it. Beatrice says get on a t-shirt with the backside track list. Oh, that would be great! Guinea Pig World Tour. Alright, I'll hang on. I'm gonna write that down, because I will message that person. Because I'm not above wearing a t-shirt of my pets. Like, I don't even need... If you want to get that t-shirt, that's great. I'll sort it out. But that's for me. I'm going to get the Nugs World Tour. Yeah, Beadora, feckin' yo. Thank you. Right. So how's it going with your lovely selves? I'm slowly getting myself kind of caffeinated and up to speed. And still recovering from... the fact that there is a brand new Madness game out in this 2021. I'm not ready. All right, and I'm closing that. TSCTH, what ho friend? How goes it? How goes it? Excuse me, sorry. Bearder is saying, I've got nothing done today. Weirdly, my cleaning doesn't disappear by itself. Damn it! I mean, there is one way to get stuff to essentially like clean itself. That's fire, which is ill-advised unless it's a last maneuver. Oh, no. TSCTH, I'm sorry you're going through the ringer, friend. I've been having a shite sleep week. Just one of those weeks where just sleep's just not happening. So I will, TSCTH, I will do my best to keep you company while you're going through the ringer. We've got a beautiful game today. We're playing Sable. So we're going to be driving a jet bike across the sand dunes. It's going to be gorgeous. Peter says, I keep meaning to play Country of Fables. Okay. It does not ring a bell, but that could be my decaffeinated self. Oh, yes! That looks feckin' adorable. I mean, I'm a sucker for base building combined with RPGs and hack and slashes at the best of times. So sign me the hot heck up. The one I keep looking at, though, is the one I was telling you about. The Studio Ghibli tank cat game, Fuga. Or Fuga? I'm not sure how it's pronounced. But it looks so interesting. I was kind of lurking on Furret Turret playing it the other evening. Oh, as for video game news, what's been going down? As I'm slowly waking up. Special Effect, which is a charity that specializes in accessibility and custom controllers for people with non-standard movement. They are having a sale over on Steam right now, which I think is lovely. Oh.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I made a pencil with 2 erasers. It was pointless.
Are you proud of yourself for that one? Kandarian, thank you for 35 months. You feckin' ledge. I hope things are going fine with yourself. Lovely to see you. Sorry, the thing I was going... So Salen's saying Riftbreaker has a release date, October 14th. So Riftbreaker is basically what would happen if me and Sadlin did like the Dragon Ball Fusion dance. It is at the same time like a Diablo-esque action hack and slash. But it is also They Are Billions style RTS. But also, you're in a giant robot in space. Like, I'm talking seriously like... And the only way it could be more myself and Sadlin is if the entire soundtrack was ska. That's the only way that could combine more. Katros, I'm not sure what you mean by that. That has gone completely over my head. But if you're excited about it, then brilliant. 7 cheese pizza. It is soon time for the Spookmeister. Oh, though, as today is September the 30th, which I believe is the last day of the month. Yeah, you are legally obliged to make sure that you have woken up Green Day. If Green Day doesn't wake up by the end of today, we will have one more month of sad emo boys. I'm sorry. That joke wasn't funny 10 years ago, and I'm still making it. Oh. The Game Awards is coming back as a full in-person event in December. The most overhyped, pointless awards ceremony that somehow also manages to get a bunch of indie games coverage is coming back for real peoples. I'm obviously going to be biased. I am a BAFTA member. I have been a BAFTA judge. I know the amount of time and care that goes into deciding who gets a BAFTA award. And the caliber of people that make those decisions is feckin' grand. The Game Awards is the Keeley and his mates awards. However, it's become the big focal event. Like, in terms of both its PR and its stature. And while the awards themselves have no value, the amount of eyeballs on that show means that the indie games that they hype during it end up doing gangbusters. The Prison Break game, oh god, it's the two people who are brothers but not actually brothers. The split screen prison game that ended up being hurtled to success because its creative, I want to say creative lead, creative director was on the show and was just a way out. Thank you, Catastros. That was Kandarian, thank you as well. That was wonderful to see, and that game ended up doing great. So the value of the Game Awards in terms of taking non-AAA titles and elevating them up in a marketing sense is brilliant. It's just the awards themselves don't mean diddly squat. And it's hard to balance those, because it sounds like sour potatoes, but... Rikami, I am aware of Timberborn. I am feckin' loving this wave of... someone called them reverse city builders, where the goal is just to restore the lush greenery of the world once more. And so Timborn, Terra Nil, that's coming up. Not feeling the fight song. Definitely feeling the Jazzy Boys. Jafar James says, Hades got nearly all the Game Awards. Hades absolutely deserved it. I don't know if Supergiant have a creature of immense power chained up in their basement. I don't know if they've made a pact with the very fabric of the universe, but they seem to just understand how to blend all the aspects that go into making a game into one thing. Everything in Hades is part of its experience, part of its story, in a way that shows an understanding and cohesion. Hades probably deserves more credit than it gets, and I know how ridiculous that sounds. Being able to tell a story over a game is good. Being able to tell a story in step with the game is great, but being able to have every aspect, gameplay, mechanics, items, all of it come together as one cohesive experience, where the very fabric of the genre is used for the story, not the other way around. Sign me the fuck up. Okay, Alna suspects that Logan Cunningham is one of the 7 Immortals. That might be it. That might be it. Anyway, I'm not going to get into award ceremony stuff. BAFTA as an organization is still struggling how to be fully digital. The downside of BAFTA's heritage is that BAFTA's old. And they've had a physical location and a physical presence for... Jesus, how old's BAFTA? I actually have to feckin' Google it. That's how you can tell I'm decaffeinated. Okay, yeah, BAFTA was founded in 1947. Okay. So, it's a lot older than a lot of the video games. But film and telly people are very stuck in their ways, so it makes it difficult to articulate other setups. But then there are some, I won't name any names, but there are some award stuff that I've been involved with, which I was like, yes! Can't wait to talk video games, can't wait to discuss and debate and, unapologetically gush about titles. And all I got was a survey, and I'm like, nunny? And Aperios, I need to look into this, but sorry, Aperios was talking about the ads manager in the back end. I've had access to that for a while, I've had access to that for a while, and it seems to be that if you set incremental ads, there's no pre-roll. However, if you don't set incremental ads, you still get pre-roll. Oh, and D's, hello, hello. How goes it? Well, D's, I can assure you that I will not be doing I will not be doing New World streamery. We do have a squad of people that are playing, so if you're interested in playing it, I can point you towards Thor and crew. But there's too many brilliant games right now. There's too many brilliant games. And compliment Cap, what ho, friends? But yeah, Aperios, that's what I'm hoping is that we can just turn off pre-rolls. But I mean, again, Aperios, you're the person that I come to for info on this. Like, you are my informant in this space. Oh, Durry Quill, what ho? Hello, hello. And D's, I'm doing lovely. Sleep's been a jerk this week, so apologies if I seem a little glassy-eyed and a little slow. But the games are great. While I couldn't sleep last night, I did end up watching Midnight Mass on Netflix, which is incredibly good. Like, oh. Oh, and so Beadora, were you watching on mobile? Sorry, Beadora was saying that they were trying to watch a Let's Play of a title, and the ads interrupting were jarring. Yeah. Oh. Well, D's, I wouldn't say that I have insomnia so much as it's just been one of those weeks where sleep's just not happening. Like, I have met people that have clinical insomnia, and I wouldn't describe myself thusly. Oh, that's cool. Sorry, Aperios was saying that the Northwest Trading Company, which is a Pacific Northwest company, has taken a higher level region over from some of the larger streamers. Nice. Kandarian's been on Eastwood lately? God, yes. Oh, feckin' hell. Eastwood's one of those ones that I've not streamed yet, because either we'll play it for like 4 or 5 hours and everyone will go, that is a cracking game that I need to play for myself, or it'll absorb us like with One Shot and games like that, and then that's just going to consume us for many, many, many months. Next week I get to play Deathloop with Aperios, which I'm very excited for. That is to say that Aperios is going to be allowed to murder the hot shit out of me. So that should be interesting. AFK, AOK. What ho, friend? Welcome. Yeah, we're just drowning in good games right now. I mean, this year has been good at the best of times. Like, we've not been short on bangers. Like, I haven't even tried Tales of Iron yet. I didn't realize that Yoko Taro's... Well, the CCG that Yoko Taro's involved with is already out. Like, I heard tale of a demo and I was like, okay, that's interesting. Nah, it's ready to start banging. Which apparently I didn't feel the need to wishlist because I'm a dingus. Good work, Will. Good work. Gitned just picked up Iron Danger, Time Rewindy RPG. Feckin' yo. Katros, I know what I said, and I said what I meant. God, I'm just... I'm having to Google these titles to see which ones I remember. Oh, okay. I was like, I don't think Iron Danger's been won recently. No, that's from last year. I haven't given that a crack yet. Ico, it says so many good games, and here I am playing another game of Slay the Spire. That is fine. Friends, things are better, but we're still in the fucking cool zone. If you want to play another game of Loop Hero or Slay the Spire, you do that. I kind of like reminding people that it's a Steam library, not a Steam stack. Those games will be there and ready for you when you're ready for them, you know? And I think that's important. I think that's important. Deeds was saying the end of the year usually has plenty of good games. But well, you're not wrong. It's just, especially over the last year or two, as the indie scene gets better and better and better, the whole year is jam-packed with bangers. And then we have the deluge of the big launches at the end of the year, which is more traditional. Now, we were talking about this yesterday, and I don't think we need to rehash it. What makes me sad are the titles that do the whole, we don't need to market ourselves, we'll just release video games. And they release in September and October, and then get ruffle-stomped by big releases. Deez has been on Insurgency and Diablo 2. Oh, wait, cool. I know a lot of people have been enjoying Diablo 2 Remastered. And one of the interesting things to hear was the creative director of that being like, as PR speak as he could, being like, yeah, I know management are feckin' terrible. Do or don't buy this game. I won't be offended if you choose not to. And that was a whole heap of something. I don't know what it is about the Insurgency games, but they melt cards. Insurgency is a great one to play with a squad of friends. Just as kind of like a lunchtime, pick your kit, shoot some baddies, shooty gun bangsman. Although, the thing that's been really interesting was, from our discussions yesterday, the amount of games that we found that have been delisted. The amount of games that have been delisted that you can't buy now, I find very interesting. I kind of regret not buying the Overkill version of The Walking Dead, because I'm still curious to see what that game did. Oh, and Salen, thank you for the reminder. If you have the time, the inclination, and the destruction, the new Epic free game is Europa Universalis 4. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for shuffling up and away. It doesn't need any attention. I like to think of those moments as like the person that walks in the pub and you're just like, get out! But I didn't say anything. You know what you're about to do. We'll pay him. I lost my train of thought there. I'm very sorry, friends. Sailors, a bunch of folks are trying to bring back Party Rock Anthem. What is dead may never die. Party Rock is in the house tonight. They are in your house. They cannot be stopped. Welcome to Halloween. Fucking, where was I going with this whole heapo nonsense? Oh, yeah, indie game stuff, marketing, count, dead things should stay dead. As a habitual undead, I couldn't possibly comment. Alrighty. D says they guarantee Elden Ring is getting delayed. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, and at this point, From Software can put out that title however they want. Like, we were talking about this yesterday, but there's once you reach a certain level, like a certain caliber, you have the ability to just go, game's out, and then sell a gajillion copies. Let's move this one on. It's not a bad track, but this is better. What was I going to say? Sorry. The interesting thing with FromSoft, though, is we still haven't gotten more content for Sekiro. Classy Beard, who's another Seattleite legend, has been playing through that for the first time, and it's been lovely watching. Sekiro is definitely one of those games that if you've enjoyed it, it's not a title you can play through a second time to get the same experience. Oh, and Bird, what ho friend, hello, hello. But yeah, that came out, over 2 years ago now, and we've not gotten additional content for it. And I find that very curious. So, I do think the shift to work from home has probably shook up how FromSoft does things. Again, they're a very old company in video game terms. And a company that set in its ways would be very difficult to move to like essentially a contractor style mode. Jafar saying DLC is the in thing today. I mean, it's less stress than expansion packs, and with digital distribution, like in the completely like taking all the mercenary business stuff out of it, DLC is great because you create a title, and then all the stuff that you wish you could have added throughout development, you just slowly start adding those to it. If it's a story game, you can continue it through without having to be episodic. And if it's an experiential game, you can add more things to it. God. Catastrophe, was Kingsfield their first title? God. I feel fucking old. Yeah, you're right. Kingsfield, December 94. Ah, glorious times. God, when did they do... Oh, see, this is where I always get stuff mixed up. They didn't do the early Tenshus. They did the late ones. Okay. God, freaking fascinating. Firestriker saying work from home in contractor mode. Well, I meant more that what little I understand about how Japanese game development companies work, they don't tend to use a lot of contractors. They tend to keep it mostly in-house. And a large proportion of the Japanese working culture is carried through into that development style. So to take that kind of like in-office environment and move it over to a purely work-from-home space, there's something there. Like, I can see why that would have slowed down production of Sekiro's DLC and probably going to cause Elden Ring to slow down a little bit. If you know what I mean? But again, this is all speculation. I don't know anybody that's worked at FromSoft. I know some people that know him tangentially. What? Favor 6, didn't you say you were going to bed? And Birdsting, I would definitely agree with you. Sekiro definitely feels like it is a planned through maneuver. Wow, sorry, I went to space for a second there. I was just contemplating, like, the storytelling methods. And you're right, like, Sekiro is one character's adventure through an experience. There's very little branching, and even, like, the way you progress in that game is very carefully staggered. You can't power level. You can't just go off and grind and boost yourself up. But thematically, it's a rhythm game. It's also... Thematically, it feels like it is about mastery. Souls titles always feel like you the player, are dropped into this world, and however you choose to handle it, just go. A lot of people have kind of given like the D&D comparisons of late, and I think that's just because D&D is super trendy right now. But I don't think that's unfair. Anyway, sorry. We can talk Soulsian titles until the cows come home. I'm still livid about the Actibliz situation, and I wanted to give it a few days to see if I stopped being angry. I'm not. I'm not. And I can only wish upon old Bobby K, the worst of curses, like the hellish gone off taco shits when you're waiting for a plane and you can't use the bathroom. That's all I can wish upon him, having to just sit in that own stank for 2 hours. Sorry, I got a bit graphic there. I do apologize. Ah, okay. Deez poses an interesting... Okay, Deez, it always amuses me that you have the most mimetic of usernames, and yet often pose both interesting points and great questions. Ah, yes. I feel like I should be swilling a brandy. I was like, I was in a discussion with Deez Nuts the other day, and they put forward a rather interesting hypothesis. But Deez was asking King of DLCs. As for theirs, there would be Borderlands. Now, which one? God, there's so many bangers out there. And I think, Katos has been, don't you mean Train Simulator? Big money! I was thinking more, DLCs that either add so much as to be bombastic or are something in their own right. So immediately, I think towards like Arcane's like Prey Mooncrash, like that takes the core of the game and turns it into this like repeatable roguelike experience with multiple characters. Death of the Outsider and feckin' Dishonored, like feckin' yo. So I'm not thinking about like who has the most DLC. I'm thinking about those DLC packs that are just feckin' transcendent, of which there are a bunch of bangers. It's just for some reason, my brain's just hooked on Arcane stuff. Well, okay, so, and Deez, Borderlands 2 had a lot. Bird was saying that No Man's Sky scheme seems less DLC and more games as a service. I would agree. And, like, okay, I'm still pissed at them for... I guess I'm pissed at Sony for how they handled the pre-hype and launch. But, because of the damage it did to other indie developers. Like, we're only just starting to kind of come out of that. But that's another story. But yes, they did do updates and additional content as a games of service model. And I'm feckin' happy with that. Aikoa was saying something like Hollow Knight. But if you think about it, like, Hollow Knight gave us all the additional content free. So, like, I don't want to say Shovel Knight. Like, okay, let's make this challenging. It has to be a paid product after launch. So, games of service where it's just additional incremental updates, or titles like Warframe that are just adding and adding and adding. Nah, a DLC pack, an additional purchasable that is demonstrably better. Because as Deez was mentioning Borderlands 2 was a mixed bag. some of the DLC for it was just phenomenal. And some of it, like, I don't know why we have to have a Moxie's Thunderdome each time. Ah! Get Ned! Yes! Yes, we might have a gold standard here. The Enemy Within DLC. For, like, XCOM 2. Wait, which was XCOM's 2? Was it Enemy Within? XCOM 2, War of the Chosen. There. Aperio says Diablo 2, Lord of Destruction. I am going to limit it to DLC rather than expansion packs. Because while fundamentally they are similar things, the business model around how they're sold and the additional functions that they service. And Mr. Squarepeg, Watto? Hello, hello. But yeah, I mean, XCOM Enemy Within, brilliant. But I would say that the War of the Chosen, feckin' gold standard. Okay, Deez was saying that Tiny Tina. Which one was 2? 2 was... oh, feckin' hell. Was that Bunkers and Badasses? Because for 3, they're almost doing it as a standalone. Catastros, yes. Burial at Sea. Feck me. So good. Oh, well, Square Peg, fingers crossed for you, friend. Fingers crossed. I think we're kind of having just a natter about everything and nothing today. Dee's put forward the question of best DLCs, and it's a nice little exercise, get your brain going. Sable says, strong arguments for Diablo 2's Lord of Destruction. Diablo 3's expansion also included game balance changes. They made it a functional game. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Salem, that's why the abbreviations are always a glorious nightmare. But yeah, so for those of you that didn't suffer through the expansion pack years, see, the thing was, back in the day, patches just weren't a thing. If you had the hosting space, you could host official patches that would allow users to patch their games directly, but it was a finicky process. So what would happen is you'd release a standalone game, and then the expansion pack would be new content as cheaply as you could, new features and other things to put on the back of the box, but also bundle in all the patches and fixes that you wanted to. So, expansion packs back in the day served multiple functions. Iceborne, Catastros, yes! How am I forgetting all the bangers? And Navalis, what, ho, friends? I mean, I have a feeling that the Outer Wilds Echoes is going to be one of them, but I am not looking up anything about them. Can't make me. Varble says they still think about DLCs and expansion packs being the same thing. I mean, they're in the same family, for certain. It's just that DLC doesn't need to serve the same purpose as, like, fixing and balancing and additional changes that are required, because you can just patch those now. If you're making a PC game, there is no cost towards, like, rolling out new patches. There is on console, but that's another kettle of monkeys. But, like, back in the day, like, how do you patch a game? You put it up on your main website. How do you tell people? If a larger portion of your user base doesn't even have, like, internet at home. Oh, Caffeine, what ho, friends? Hello, hello, how goes it? Oh, okay. Catastros, you're getting a gold star today because you're naming all the bangers that my brain was just not pulling out the air. Witcher 3, Blood and Wine. The great DLCs. Oh, and these, it is entirely fine. It is entirely fine. I know typing on console is a slow and arduous process. Versus 90, what ho, friend? You know what? I'm doing bloody marvellous. I've got a couple of cups of coffee in me. The sleepies from like, not enough sleep. I've dissipated. I'm just having one of those weeks where I'm not really getting enough sleep. No, like, not because of stress or because of anything else. It's just not happening. That's okay. Sometimes that's just how it be. And I got to watch all of Midnight Mass last night, which is feckin' good. Netflix has been putting out some bangers recently, and I'm all about it. Dory Quill says they don't know why they took so long to think of them, but pretty much all the Dark Souls DLC. Yes. I mean, for Dark Souls 3 especially, the game ends at a good point, and then the DLC from there, it's kind of closing the loop. God, it's so good. One of the things that's interesting now is DLCs and expansion packs and elements like that, they have different connotations around them. Because someone joked and said, so Bird joked and said horse armor, which... Horse armor is very funny. It is an entertaining part of games history, but horse armor did a lot of damage in terms of like how users perceive DLC and what they like and don't like. And I'm trying to think of a less nasty metaphor than I was about to pull out. But Bethesda did more than just them damage when they released that. I understand they were trying to test the waters, trying to find like the biting point, but they dug too deep and too greedy. Oh, and Katros makes a good point. Dawn Guard and Dragonborn, what really good additions to Skyrim. Versus 90 says Destiny 2 is the only game that they consistently bought DLC for. I decided to put Destiny 2 on the shelf for this discussion because it's definitely a games of service game. And, okay, and I know, again, that's another term that has negative connotations for a lot of people. When I say games of service game, I am talking more about the development method than the monetization method. That the idea that a games of service game is something you're always adding to, you're constantly updating, evolving, rather than, say, something that is released, done, DLC, done. It's a mentality when it comes to developing a game. It's just that usually a games of service game has a aggressive free-to-play monetization model around it. And these two tend to get intertwined. Alan says that Frog Fractions is a killer DLC. Caffeine says maybe rephrase it into a living game. It's just... That's a term that out-of-touch creative leads and PR people throw at people. Like, living game. It's a PR... Sorry. Caffeine, I didn't mean to jump on that one. It's not at you. It's just most of the time that people use terms like living game, it's because they have a very aggressive microtransactions model and they don't want people to call it a live service game because of the negative connotations. JP says, how do we look at Civ DLC though? They're basically a must. I mean, Civ definitely goes... Civ has the... only the host needs to play it if you've got it as a group. I call it Dead Cells. Amazing DLC. Nice big chunky blocks with clear elements. God. Alright, and now this isn't one of the greats, but personal favourite. Vampire Pirates. Warhammer 2. Sign me the hot heck up. Perio says, what about Sims DLC? I am not a big Sims player, but the aggressive level to which the Sims has been DLC, and that it's going for a non-standard market. I don't know. Oh, Jafar James, yes. The last Control DLC with good old Mr. Flashlight and a grumpy typewriter. Now, I think the reason why I wanted to talk about this one is, like, DLC is inherently... Like, DLC, I personally think, is inherently good to start with. It's a methodology of selling people stuff that's very easily abused. And that abuse ends up carrying through and kind of souring the pot for everybody. Because compared to the old days of having to physically create expansion packs in physical boxes and get them out to stores, the fact that you can just make additional content, the stuff that you wanted to during development and can't, is feckin' lovely. And then being able to just roll it out directly. Like, if I make Shooty Gun Bang Punch Person 7, but I'm like, you know what, I really wanted a gun that both shot and punched at the same time, but due to time and money constraints, we couldn't make the shoot gun punch gun. After the game comes out, I'll be like, what if we just make it and add it to the game? It's like, how much is that going to cost? Well, it's going to cost the dev time, but that's it. You know? We don't have to print new CDs. We don't have to make new boxes. We're like, cool. More cool stuff for everybody. Birdstink, they haven't announced Shooty Gun Bang Punch Person 7, but it's heavily implied that it's coming out. There's been a lot of leaks. Forbes did... Stadler says they'd make a strong argument that Sims is close to a live service model as well. Yes. And I believe it was the Sims 3 that tried to go for a piecemeal microtransaction system that didn't go down well. So they shifted to more like chop and chop DLCs. Arca Conclave says horse armor was a lot less toxic than a bunch of modern practices. And I don't necessarily disagree with you. It was just, it became the staple of a bad DLC. And it's kind of like, you know what, I keep noticing this with Bethesda. They don't seem to think through a lot of their elements. The horse armor was definitely not thought through. And the manner in which they rolled out the paid modification system was definitely like, whee! There are a lot of aggressive monetization models, and I guess they all have their own weird quirks and nonsense. The sad thing is, most of the people who are on the decision-making process of implementing those are not the people in the trenches making the games. And that always irks me. Like, I don't think we'll hear about it for a while, because Birdstink mentioned Star Wars Battlefront 2 and the loot box debacle. I don't think we'll hear about it for a while, because EA has a tight rein on that, and they do not want to sour the water with Disney now that the Star Wars license is no longer exclusive to them. But I think we're going to hear about how that game had a hellish development, went massively over budget, and that the aggressive monetization model was a panic move. Do you know what I mean? So, Perry's asking, when are we getting Orc Puncher Volume 1? I believe that's been moved to second quarter 2022. They want to get the impact on the jaw of the orc just right. You know, that sweet spot of orc punching. Anyway, I guess it's always tricky in terms of how you make money off a video game, because you got to make cash. Sadly, we have not yet reached the Star Trek utopia where you can just be a game dev and eat and live and not have to worry about the realities of living under capitalism. Sadly, we've not gotten there. And striking a balance between creating great art and making enough money to sustain that art is a feckin' challenge. I'm not dismissing that. And there's this really difficult thing of, if you don't make money, you don't get to eat, and the video game dies. But if you go too aggressive in the wrong ways, you upset people, and they don't spend money, and the video game dies. Sometimes people lean too hard into the dark side and end up making money, but at a great, great cost. So, like, there are some very predatory, very aggressive monetization models that work. And it's weird that we now have to think about, like, ethical ramifications in video games. And in terms of how we get people to spend money, right? And we're not talking just, like, hype campaigns to get people to buy a game that's not as good as they say it is. You know, we are talking about... Because we mentioned Star Wars 2 Battlefront loot boxes. The thing is, Star Wars is a brand above and beyond video games. It is global. It is incredibly powerful. It is kid-friendly. It is known well outside of nerd circles. And the kind of individuals that might get very, very into that are not individuals versed in the same way we are. I'm sure we all have one story or another of getting stung by a video game. God, I'm trying to remember the one that got me. It might have been Triple Triad Online that feckin' did me in. Or it might have been... God, I'm trying to remember now. I don't think it was World of Tanks. I think I was wary of World of Tanks before it came out. But I think we all have one story of getting very into a game and then getting, like, basically, like, hornswoggled into spending an amount of money and then being like, hey, wait a second. That feeling of getting essentially cheated, that of getting played, it's not a good time. But with things like Battlefront 2, they can wrap up the random gacha mechanics and a lot of very fancy visuals and a lot of like very nice splashy UI elements because they're very good at that. And then carrying that through to the mainstream to an audience that's not inoculated against like predatory practices, like feckin' yo. Birdstink, I'm gonna wizard veto on that one because there's a lot in that statement. But the first thing I will always say is try not to draw too many parallels to the film industry and its creation in video games. Video games have progressed so far, so fast, and it is still incredibly viable for small teams to produce products that then do gangbusters. Like, Among Us was made by 3 people, right? We can't make a Hollywood blockbuster. You can't find 2 friends and make a film that will play in cinemas worldwide. There is an entire industry between you and that cinema screen. Sorry, that's just how it is. It's why I find video game discussion so fascinating is it's not a solidified industry. It's still changing and evolving. God. I mean, that's what makes these discussions interesting. That's what makes this banter feckin' worth getting up in the morning for, you know? The art that we spend our time with, that we, you know, some of us dedicate our lives to, is not done and dusted. It's not a stodgy singular path of creativity. It feckin' slaps, yo. Well, so, actually, you know what? We'll move it away from film and telly. I should say, like, working in film and telly made me hate film and television. Working in video games made me love games even more. Anyway. Oh, 90 was just saying Goose Goose Duck is another one I want to try. I think a few peeps have played it. The fact that it has proximity voice chat as standard, I think, and a slightly larger lobby, I think is a lot of people's selling point. God, we gotta play some feckin'... We've got to play some Unfortunates Procurement soon. We've got to play some Unfortunates Procurement. Yeah. Sorry, Beadora was saying, for Beadora they find that getting the car loser is quite interesting. It's like, have our entire game story for free. If you want to give us money, here's $9 DLC. Yeah. It's a feckin' smart business plan. It makes it difficult because you can't tell how much money, like, getting a car loser is making. Yo, why aren't you in my Steam library? Get in the car. Wait, it says... Alright. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Alright. Get in the library, loser. We're going gaming. I do love that. Versus 90, I am sorry, I don't know what that is. So I apologize that that's gone a little bit over my head. But yeah, sorry. Getting the Car Loser being a free game that you then pay for. I mean, for Doki Doki Literature Club as well, it works really well. Honestly, it's a fucking good... Okay, so on to good business models. Doki Doki Literature Club. I mean, it's like, what, 2.5 hours, maybe 3 if you go, like, into the game files and stuff. It's a banging game. But it's based on a surprise hook premise, which makes it very hard to recommend people spend money on. Because if I'm like, hey, 90, you got to play this game, and you're going to be like, this looks like every visual novel that I've ever seen ever. Why should I play it? And I'd be like, wink! At that point, asking you to spend $5, $10 on that wink is very difficult. But if I'm like, yo, it's free, just give it a go. It's a game about ponies. Although Pony Island's actually $3, but that's a different matter. That means that the barrier to entry is only recommendation and download time. So you go through Doki Doki, you hit that bit, and oh boy, it sticks with you. You then recommend it to another person. You then have the option of buying the Support the Game DLC. And honestly, more often than not, people that really emotionally gel with a video game are likely to go, yeah, cheers. The irony, of course, being that if you charge for a short experience like that, people tend to refund them. It's just user purchase behavior. What was it called? Summer 58? Summer 89? That title being under 2 hours and a paid horror game ends up being like... Oh, Beodora says, actually, Pony Island is $25 a year for the subscription, but it's cheap for the price of the content. Yeah, Beodora, it's just a game about ponies. Because the thing that I found was there is a cracking game that I would love to play with you all. I don't know if it's good. Let me see if I can find the Steam page for it. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, that's Cromwell. Wrong one. Frickin' Cromwell. There's a statement no one's made in 100 years. Oh, surprise! It's feckin' Cromwell! Alright, where you at? Darn it! That's what happens when you have 900 games on your feckin' wish list. I use my wish list as a denotion of games that do something interesting or quality, so I don't have to try and remember them all. So if they show up on my feed... I've already got it. So if they show up on my feed, I can be like, yes. Ah, here we go! Dread Hunger. Alright, so Dread Hunger seems feckin' great. And this is like you are an Age of Sail crew in an ironclad, trying to make your way through one of the polar regions. The goal is to keep the ship filled with fuel and to keep everybody alive in a kind of a first-person survival game. However, one person amongst you is a traitor. One person is working for the old gods to kill every person. Now, this is a feckin' great premise. Not unlike Unfortunate Spachuman, but instead of it being, like, sci-fi and a bit silly, it's this, like, betrayal, you know, like, betrayal on the path. Thing is, it's $25. And as we know, these kinds of group games are only fun when you have a group of, like, 6 or 7 people, right? Oh, yeah, Sadlin, yeah, let me get you the link. Sorry. So this is Dread Hunger. And the thing is, I can't ask you to spend $25 on a concept that I don't know. Yeah, Aperios, it does look really good. But when you think about it, with those kind of, like, social betrayal games, they live or die on the minutia, right? Hey! Double threat match! Stooge, Kestrel, Watto, friends! Raid after raid! Coming in, friends, coming in. We're just having a natter about... I guess we're having a natter about price point and games right now. We're going to be playing Sable in a little bit. So if you want to ski across the sand with us... And there's the second horn! If you want to have a ski across the sand with us, that's where we're heading in a bit. Double ray torpedoes. That's a lot of torpedoes. There's just Vanderbeest holding the line there. Anyway, so, Strager, Kestrel, Stooge, how are you doing? How was your morning? Tell me your tales. Tell me your tales. Don't know why I'm doing singing this morning. Okay. But yeah, going back to the conversation topic, because Ikawa was saying they wouldn't spend more than about $10, and yeah, $30 Canadian is a lot of money for an early access title that might live and die on its minutia. Do you know what I mean? Now, Unfortunate Spacemen was a game that suffered from a similar problem until they just released it for free. Once Unfortunate Spacemen went to a free release with paid cosmetics, like, they've been doing money hand over fist. Because as a big group game like this, you can just go, hey, we're playing Unfortunate Spacemen, 16 players, who wants in? And you can go, what's Unfortunate Spacemen? And I can go, it's free, trust me. And then maybe you have a great time, maybe you have an okay time. But either way, the barrier to entry is removed, and it increases the amount of people that might potentially spend money. This is where I love talking about the business of games, because the idea that presenting someone with something, removing the barriers to entry and then asking people to spend money at their discretion ends up being a much better model than an upfront, like, ticket to ride. Oh, sorry, Stooge. As you came on in, we're talking about Dread Hunger, which is kind of like a po-faced Unfortunate Spacemen. You're a squad of people on an ironclad trying to make it through the polar regions. But one of you is either a cannibal or a monster or something. So it's one part like survival in the wilderness, one part betrayal game. But the reason we were chatting about it is because it's a $30 price point to get in. D says, so if a game is beyond different, do you think it will fail? I mean, okay, it's like charting the seas. Like, it's not guaranteed, but it does add additional problems. When we say barrier to entry, it's the amount of things between you and playing the game. So, if we look at it in a purely scientific method, it's like, how do you acquire the game? How much money does it cost for you to buy the game? What does it take for you to get to that start screen? So, a game on Steam that is free and quick to download, the barriers to entry are so easy to go through. But a game that is sold on a third-party website that is $35 to $60 price point, that is 70 gigs download, you're asking a lot of the person. Sable says, what platforms is this game on? Are you asking me if it's on Humble? I hope it's on Humble. It is not on Humble. Jafar James says, if the game was $1, would people not buy it? Price point denotes expectation. So, if you've heard me natter about user expectation, it's things like that. If Dread Hunger was $1, users would be more wary than assured. A game that bats for that visual fidelity that is only charging you $1 in, that basically will fire off a bunch of warning signs in people's heads. It's almost like, to stop sign cam. What ho? Hello, hello. Tiny crows hanging out with good vibes. We're chatting about video game price points, free-to-play models, and all that good stuff. I guess we kind of got into a random banter space about this. So, Wolfcrad, if you see a pixel art indie game or a weird, sketchy art style title and it's only $1, you might go, all right, I'm gonna roll the dice on this one. Something like Emily Was Away. Actually, which are the Emily ones? Yeah, Emily Was Away 2 is... God, is $1.20. And to have a look at it, it's a fake Windows 98 style environment. That makes sense. But if you saw something that's trying to visually emulate a AAA art style and it's only $1, what that procs in, maybe not your mind, but in most users' minds, is that, shit, this is going to nickel and dime me. This is going to make me pay inordinate amounts, like for little pieces here and little pieces there. So I kind of was saying that $1 is worse than free. I would agree with you. But that's only from external perspective. Even if it's not, it feels like it is. You know, like the that slew of zombie games that came out after DayZ. That guy that kept moving to different studios and releasing essentially the same game under different names. Like, he was always charging like $1, $2, $5. And it turned out, yeah, most of those were feckin' scams. Wolfcrad said, in general pricing psychology, you'd sell more by raising the price. Yeah, well, that's what's so weird about video games, is that it's not a bell curve in terms of cost. It's almost like each price point is a different character class, if that makes sense. If you say, this game is $60, it isn't 60 times better than a $1 game, but it's in a specific class now. You have set an expectation, which is AAA. Your game's 40, that's the median. That's the price point that most users expect a decently made title to be. Again, 20 you're usually setting like a large scale indie to mid tier. At like 5, 10, 15, those are different indie brackets, you know? 15 isn't cheaper than 20. 15 is premium indie. Do you see what I'm saying? So when you stop thinking about them as like a bell curve of cost and just block them into characters, it makes a lot more sense. At least that's how I was taught it. Sorry, we got right into the feckin' weeds here. Oh, hang on. We're getting into the breakdown part of that particular tune. There we go. Well, and Wolfcrad, it does make sense for games. That's one of the reasons why I try and keep it around video games. Like, if there is a psychologist among us, they could probably tell you about, like, user expectation based on price point and the different quality spaces. I am not a psychologist. I know firsthand my personal experiences, you know, from the human condition. I have ideas on this one, but I don't know. These are, again, more of the shamanistic. You know, it's little things like if you can't see the price on something, that means you can't afford it. Like, it means it is a product designed for the kind of person for whom price isn't really a question. Castro says, the inside of the video game industry is weird. It is. But I'm glad I get to have these kind of chats with all of your lovely selves. I love talking about this, and I love the demystification of it. And feck, we haven't even gotten onto sales. Oh boy! You want to talk about some fun stuff. Like, vastly discounting or giving your game away for free a year after it's come out because you're just about to launch new paid DLC. God, that's always the stuff that blows my tiny mind. You'd think that users would be livid that a game they paid full price for was on sale, but they're not. They feckin' love it because they get their friends in at the same time as they get a bunch of new content. It's feckin' grand. Oh, Bird's like, Samurai Gun 2 is $15 and they got 130 hours into it. Yup. Although, again, none of this is hard and fast science. Fighting games have their own weird expectations. And Pyro, how are you doing? What-ho? You know what, Pyro, what amazes me is that there are people on the internet that will listen to me natter on about industry stuff. Oh, yeah, Varbles, sorry, I missed your comment earlier, but that was a very good point. Because Varbles was saying that a game priced at $1 makes you think like it's a scam. It's going to be an asset flip or a background crypto miner or something along those lines. And so what Varbles was saying is that if you are presented with a game that is free, you know that there is probably going to be microtransactions based on its art style. Like, a free Mobley game, you know what you're getting in for. A minimal price point title that is trying to emulate a large-scale game, that it gets the warning signs firing. Like, this is probably a flip of something, or a very, very shoddy port, or there is something shady going on behind the scenes. Because the minimal price point limits the amount of people that use it, because they have to actually spend cash money, dollars, yo, to get into it. And once they're in, the amount of people that will refund it is... well... Okay, there's multiple points, so let's throw them together. Ultrazini says, this is social science, the softest of sciences. Oh, it's so squishy. 90 was saying if a game is good, they don't really get mad about it going into discount after they bought it. No, and that's just a part of the gaming experience. And I love it. It's actually one of the things that very rarely gets celebrated, is games people don't get mad, angry, butthurt when the games they love go on sale, because they get to bring their friends and share those experiences more. That's feckin' lovely. With what Bird was saying about games tend not to have a making of documentary. I mean, that's true. The thing about films is they're already filming. All the things needed for a making of documentary are in the same place. And documentaries are cheap and make money! If you are unaware, one of the reasons why documentaries are a go-to staple of film and television is because they are dirt cheap to make and they make a ton of cash. They are basically the same as pre-internet adult films. You make them cheap, they make a ton of cash. Sorry, but that's just the fucking truth of it. Now, we do have YouTube series now, like NoClip, like People Make Games, that are getting into the heart of it. But you have to understand games so well to be able to then translate that into something that an audience can understand and follow. Like, I'm a 10-year games vet, but I can't tell you how to make a fucking game engine. Like, feckin' yo. I don't feckin' know. I hung out with Guy all the time, and I couldn't tell you diddly squat about how he does what he does. I know where he works, and I know the impact that he has on a game, but I couldn't tell you how it's done. Frickin'. Sorry, Satan's like, I can tell you how to make a game engine. Don't. And sorry, how are you doing? What-ho, friend? And Wolfgang's like, after all these years, you still can't build a game engine? What are you, stupid? Oh, Pyro was saying doing good. Just had a game I worked on released this week, so they could listen to these types of discussions all day. Feckin', come on in. And what was your title? Like, if I am more than happy to plug the hot heck out of Friends video games. That's one thing I can do with my limited powers on this. The internet. Beardor's like, you don't know how to rev a game engine, Will. Pfft. But here's the flip side. I know how to sell a game. I know where a game needs to be. I know how to get it to market. I know the trials and tribulations of the business of video games. And I say this with love and respect, but most of the people I know who can make a game engine from scratch don't know that. And sometimes that disconnect can result in a good game dying on its ass. Oh, no way! Pyro, you worked on Keyword! We fucking played the shite out of that yesterday. It was cracking. We're going to finish it next week. Feckin' yo. Then congratulations on launch day. That game is feckin' glorious. And holy crud. We had Sala with us intermittently throughout the day, but the feckin' shader tech for the distance binocular stuff, holy crud. Again, this is one of those things that I understand roughly how it's done, but I couldn't tell you how to do it. Jackie says, I bought sushi today. Can you market that somehow? I mean, Jackie, we spent all of feckin' Yo! Was it me or did that not make a noise there? Did I miss? Hang on, I'm going to replay that. Let's repeat that alert. Cool. Streamlabs effect. Okay, so sorry, friends. If any of you have thrown in gifted subs or bits or donations or what have you and it's not working, I'm sincerely sorry. Whoever it was that just gifted a sub to Pyraging, that's feckin' kind of you. Thank you so much. 90's like, do the donation sound manually. Alright. Stop that incessant clicking! How's that? Cool. Okay, so Streamlabs is biffed. All right, I'll just poke him on Twitter. Okay, and Birdstink managed to give a sub to the crowd, which went to Ket, which is feckin' glorious. And another round of stop that incessant clicking. I'm doing my best. Alright, let's see what's going down. Let's just... Okay, so it is just the alert box that's hit the ground. Alright, so friendos, if you want to go grab a cup of tea, get a cup of coffee, now's the time. I need to poke stuff until it works. Silent train. I mean, I guess. Trying to fix things at the same time. Alright. Okay. Okay, it's back. I think. Oh, feckin'. Nunny the feck. Trying to fix things at the same time as everything's all happening. I'm sorry, I should be saying proper thank yous, but everything's on fire, and everyone has decided to put more fire on the fire, so I can't say thank yous for the things that are currently on fire. Yeah, I think Streamlabs is just fucked right now. Let's see if that helps. Deez, I'm not taking a break. I'm trying to... Basically, all the alerts have just broken, and I'm trying to figure out what is going on. And all these lovely mother hubbards have thrown in enough. We've gone past levels 1 and 2 on this feckin' train. But I can't get it to do the feckin' thing. Alright, let me just say some direct thank yous then. Let me say some direct thank yous. Get some new fresh jams going. Okay. So while this is being a piece of heckin' bad word, Strager, Stooge, Katros, Caffeine, thank you for the bits. Like, it keeps us alive, and I'm feckin' glad for it, you know? I mean, the being alive because I'm in a state of undeath, but just the amount that you lot all put in has kept this whole thing going. Thank you, alright? Then, Strager went for a 5-shot gift to the crowd, which tagged Fred, Naim Kandra, Camel Flam, Mooney Chan, and Graves! Steppagen was the only person to get an alert, followed by Caffeine with 400, Bacon with 200. Oh, and Birdstink, along with NoClip, look up People Make Games, which is another cracking series. Alright, see what happens. We just bounce around a little bit. Okay. Alright, so it's responding to... So it's responding to tests, but it's not doing them the correct manner. Okay, so that one came through from Caffeine. Alright. Alright, let's see if that one comes through from Strays. And, friends, thank you all for throwing in bits and things and stuff. I apologise for looking stressed. There we go! All we needed was the power of determination and friendship. Determination and friendship. And again, apologies for looking stressed there. With bits and things, like I said, what you lot throw in goes to...
16 decillion 541 nonillion 658 octillion 465.
Are you proud of yourself, Caffeine?
5 sextillion 460 quintillion.
This is why I made a whole pot of coffee today. I cut you off. Caffeine, thank you for the 200. As some of you probably know, some of you might not, like, throughout the whole of this shitty cool zone time...
Testing, 123 testing.
123. You lot have been keeping us alive. I've been tanking the rent and paying for food and bills and stuff, and keeping the nuggies alive and get river food and all of that. And it's only been because you lot have kept us going, alright? So when I do say thank you, I hope you know how much that feckin' means.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Ark villain Shredder.
Birdstink, thank you for throwing in that sub to the crowd that went to Melvies! Fuck, what was I saying? I think I was just saying a lot of thank yous. I guess I get stressed when the alerts stop working because the idea that someone would do something like that and it wouldn't be acknowledged is something that I absolutely try not to... That's not acceptable. If you're gonna throw in $2 or $5 or however feckin' man, I want to make sure you know it's a big feckin' deal. Alright? Bacon, thank you for filling the pint glass. The sight of alerts working fills you with determination. Feckin' yes! Feckin' yes. But, thank you all, sincerely. We should probably play a video game soon! God, we're gonna need to careen across the sands.
This is a test cult message. If this was not a test, we would be directing to put on your robes. This is only a test.
It is not a cult. It is not a cult. And Kestrel, I've been known to play a video game or two. That's what the kids are calling it these days, right? Video games. Alright. So I'm going to pour myself another cuppa in just a second. And...
Did you hear Julie Andrews will no longer endorse cheap lipstick that grumbles easily and makes her breath smell? She noted, the super color fragile lipstick gives me halitosis.
Sadlin, thank you for the 200. Please don't torture the poor Welshman who's stuck inside the alerts. He works very hard. Oh, lordy, lordy. Alright, friendos, I'm just going to pour myself fresh cuppa, and then we're going to play Sable. If you haven't seen this game, it's feckin' gorgeous. So we'll go over ski around, get into trouble, whole shebang. Whole shebang. God, I've been waiting for this game for so long. I think it's going to be a banger. I really do. I really do. I keep trying to remember the name of the Jet Set Radio-esque game that this reminds me of a lot, where it had like in-game Twitter integration. But I'm afraid that title is just lost to the annals of time. Lost to the annals of time. Right. I'm going to cuppa. You should do the same. And then let's get this game going proper, alright? Alright. Don't it go... And hopefully Streamlabs is done being a crumb bum jerk butt. Beater says banger, like new ABBA tunes. Wait, is ABBA still putting tunes out? Is that a thing that still happens? I say that with no sarcasm, I just realised I have absolutely no idea. Okay, I mean it this time. I'll be back in a second. Oh. Okay, cool. Don't mute. Oh, hello, hello. Thank you all for waiting. How goes it? Oh, right. What about one of them video games? I've heard about video games. A person on a train mentioned it once. It's like movies. What move? And our Darren was very confused by this idea, but I thought, no, I'm a man of technology. I'll try one of these moving video games. I tell thee, alright, good. Right. Who's ready to take to the sands? It's a banging track. It's a banging track, but we've got sand dunes to ski across. We've got trouble to get into. All right, now I just gotta hope that it doesn't blow our eardrums out as we start it up. And Stammering Gamer, how are you doing, friend? What ho and welcome! Beador's asking if this game's going to contain humongous sandworms and spice. Psh. Next you'll be telling me, Beadora, that the spice is an intergalactic special drug that allows people to travel through space. What a dumb idea. Yeah, 90, it'd never work. Cue the end of Evangelion music. Oh. Anyway, actually, I just wanted to say one more time, thank you all. Like, I know it's been a quiet morning, and then when it wasn't, everything broke. But thank you for bearing with me for good conversations. Good conversations and quieter days. Let's get into Sable. And do let me know how audio levels are. You'll know the drill by now. Alright. 90 says, and they're also going to have a band of space nuns that threaten everyone who looks at them strange. Like, if you're not gonna be serious about this, like this world that has sand dunes on it, you know, and we're just not going to talk about it. Fly me to copyright hell. Stammering says, wait, they're confused. There's a PlayStation conference being advertised on Steam? Am I on the wrong platform? No, I think we're about to start hearing the PlayStation push into PC stuff that they've been hinting at for a while. The melange is the spice of life. Melange. I need to get Mikey's sound quote of just melange, so I can't do it justice. More like the spice must. Yo! Actually, 90, interestingly, they tried something like that back in the day and it didn't take off. What I think we're going to see is core PlayStation titles getting Steam releases. It's been hinted at for 1,000 years. Shed works. Yes, it does. Melange. Oh, greetings. Greetings, Tiny Bug. Welcome to Adventureland.
The spice must eat.
As must the bits into the stratosphere. And Beast, thank you for the 200. Big face. And Vanderbeast, thank you for filling the pint glass up. Yeah, the art style on this is just gorgeous. You can see what I mean about like the line art Mobius feel. Also, do not adjust your television sets. The jerky motions are intentional. They've gone for this very, very like sharp cut animation style, which, I mean, we won't really know proper until we've experienced more of the title, but it's a very curious idea. It kind of reminds me of Heaven's Vault, the animation style. Oh yeah, and 90, there's been rumors that we're going to get a Bloodborne on PC announcement all year. It was supposed to be during E3, but I think it might just have been hopeful rumors by industry insiders. You know, that old thing of trying to make something happen by hinting at it. But what's interesting about it is PlayStation are currently behind in terms of business model comparable to the rest of the pack. And I think that seeing some of those titles on PC isn't unlikely, because Microsoft plus Games Pass is powerful right now, and they are wrecking face. Nintendo have their back catalogue available through a subscription model. Sony don't have the same kind of setup going. They have PlayStation Plus, but that's a different matter. That's definitely more of the old school of get a free game every month. Of which Epic's winning at that because they don't ask you to move towards a wall to begin climbing. Keep an eye on your stamina. Oh, sorry. Take a breath, because Caffeine's asking the important question. Before we get stuck in, should Caffeine make dinner or order banh mi? When was the last time you had banh mi? Because I had some last week. Well, I mean, feck it, you were there. It was glorious, and I want that for you. So I'm going to say I'm pro sandwich. I'm very pro sandwich. Lagmeister, though, I believe they've said openly that the inspiration for this game, the inspiration for this was definitely Mobius, who, if you're unaware of, is a French sci-fi author. French sci-fi illustrator. If you weren't aware of them, you've seen Mobius's work. You might not know it, but you've definitely seen it. 90 says they don't play much of the free games on Epic and PlayStation Plus, but it's nice to have the option. Yes. Here we go. The hero's journey. It doesn't begin until you crouch under something. Oh, wow. This is gorgeous. Oh, my life. I knew this game was going to be pretty. Like, I shouldn't be as surprised as I am, but feckin' hell. This is gorgeous. Oh, Lagmeister, I didn't actually know that. Lagmeister was saying that Mobius did concept art for the original Panzer Dragoon. That makes a lot of sense. And Kandarian, I cannot double jump. I know where you're going with that, but we're not going to. Okay, then Caffeine, if the last time you had a barn me was TwitchCon 2018, it's sandwich o'clock, my friend. You've been working your tuchus off. You deserve that. Okay, it's done. The order is done. Oh. But yeah, I think we might see an aggressive push of PlayStation titles just as getting PC releases because they're a big old chunk of revenue. And... Ah, no fall damage. Horizon Zero Dawn on PC has done gangbusters. I can sprint when we want because we have stamina. But honestly, like, the idea of rushing in this environment feels, I don't know, feels weird and wrong. Also, this already is winning points with me because look how much dialogue we've had to struggle through before we've been allowed to play. The answer, none. None. Oh, welcome to the Ebix camp. If anyone wants me to pick them up something from here, I don't mind. I hear they still have Tab Clear Original. Barbara's asking if we can get some ice cream. I'll see if they've got any left. I think we wiped them out last time. Bacon was saying this is giving a lot of the 1970s heavy metal magazine art style vibes. I know what you mean. Just sans the glittering steel kini. I can feel Jardy smiling beneath her mask. Just as I know she can feel the teeth-bearing grimace behind mine. I'm nervous, and she's softly, sweetly amused. In her eyes, I probably have very little to worry about. And Jardy's saying that. Do you know you have nothing to worry about, don't you, Sable? Apparently I sound like this. The Bane voice is coming out now for some reason. And yet, which is one of my favourite sayings. I shrug, but any attempt to act casual is fruitless. The movement is jerky, and I don't think I've ever been more aware of my shoulders. She laughs. And I mean it! But I know how you are. You're going to be nervous until you've started, and then you'll act like you've been doing it your whole life. Remember the first time you rode a bike? Wouldn't even let me put you on the seat. You were so afraid. Your hands were like little claws gripping onto me. I feel the memory in my fingers. Oh, Beardor needs sunscreen. Alright, there's got to be some here. I'll see if there's like a local shop. Jaddy adding, but when I promised you it was going to be alright, I told you how much I loved riding my bike as a young woman, and how wonderful the wind felt through the fabric. Suddenly, there you were. You sat down, you leaned forward, you put those little grasping claws in the handles, and you were off. And I remember thinking, just watching you tear over the sand. Look at her. She can do whatever she wants. Jaddy reaches out and places a hand on the edge of my mask. And you can, Sable. I take a breath. Alright, I think I'm ready. I thank Jaddy for the encouragement and tell her with a nod that I think I'm ready. I do like the narrative cadence in this. Rather than asking us what we want to say and then having the character repeat it, like, we choose what to say and the game tells us the impact of what we're saying and the manner in which we're saying it. Okay, so you are. Let's get you started. You need to talk to Hillel and Driss. Driss should already have made arrangements for your bike, and Hillel will share something. Well, let's say it's useful. Oh, it's as useful as it is fun. Ooh. Asari says, can you ride a bike in sand? You can. It's very, very difficult. Much like running in sand. It's really good training. I think I might suspect what Jaddy is saying, but I stay quiet. After that, I suppose we'll see you off. I'll be back soon. I told Jardy you'd be back soon. Sable, don't go planning your return before you've even left. Take all the time you need. It's a big decision you're making out there. I tell her that's why I'm so eager to make it. I choose well and quickly so that I don't go too far off the wrong path. And whatever you decide, you do so with my blessing. So don't try using me as an excuse to come home early, huh? She knows me. Now go speak with Hillel. Be there to see you off. And speak with Driss. Told him to arrange your bike. And I've something to give you. It's a compass. I take the device in my palm. It fits naturally there. Perfectly weighted and crafted. Each component slides together with incredible, satisfying precision. Thank you. Stammering there, I'm with you. Both the quote and the reality that, hey, it's sand. It's coarse and rough. It's irritating. It gets everywhere. Alright. Hey, compass button. Also seems to have an active day and night cycle, which I'm fucking down for. Sorry, so did I miss anything? Oh, Varbles wanted a lemonade. Alright, well, I'll see what I can pick up at the store, you know? I'll see what I can pick up. Oh, so Caffeine, how's it been going with you, good friend? I find as you trundle on in, usually in the afternoons, I very rarely get the chance to ask you. Actually, and if there's anybody that hasn't had a proper hello from me, do say so. My job to welcome you in, and if I was too busy stressing at alert systems going 8 ways from Sunday, well then, that's on me. And actually, while you were all doing that, check it out. I finished the repairs on my little Sakura Leaf little mech friendo, which I'm very happy with. I mean, it could do with some sanding, and I may one day repaint this little number, but it was like I was saying the other day, I think that's what's really gotten me into Gundam building as a thing. It doesn't feel like it's something that I can do wrong, and when those little models nosedived off the feckin' the floating shelf, I repaired them, and it doesn't feel like something that was broken now made whole. It feels like, you know, I had to do the thing and I did the thing. Makes me feel very proud. And now this usually very, very pastel pinkish Mother Hubbard is ready to roll. Though it does need its great big backpack and stuff. Maybe we should start just gluing some of the Gundam stands to the walls. Maybe I'll do that. Now, staggering, I love that feckin' meme of Darth Plagueis the Wise. But it's funnier when Fiona is here.
I thought not. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. It's a Sith legend. Darth Plagueis was a Dark Lord of the Sith, so powerful and so wise he could use the Force to influence the midi-chlorians to create life.
Timing. Hey Fiona!
What?
Have you heard the tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Fuck off.
I hope you heard that. And say honourable, what ho friend, how goes it?
The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. He became so powerful. The only thing he was afraid of was losing his power, which eventually, of course, he did.
Of course he did! Unfortunately, he taught his apprentice everything he knew. Then his apprentice killed him in his sleep. It's ironic. He could save others from death, but not himself. Gotcha. There's something about the really crackly animations of this that I'm finding charming. So notice how the plume of the smoke is soft and smooth, but then like the movement of shadows, the movement of Caramba! Oh, should I change my name? Well then, Big Saxy, who were you? Who are you? Tell me your tale. Alright, here's... guess, edgy McPsychic powers. Oh, Reflective. Well, what, ho, friend? How are you doing? Pyro says they love the shade they use in this game. Yes. And it's just... In an age where so many mid to top tier games are desperately striving for the same art style, to see something like this that actively goes, no, we're going to do it weird. We're going to do it different. I mean, okay, friends, look at the fade on the feckin' sands out there from the kind of like the reddish brown to that like pastel green. Oh, it's feckin' grand. And Aperios, yeah, welcome to the future, friend. Aperios has got Diablo 2 on one window, server queue for New World on the other, and then all the while watching my giant dumb face. I'll assume on a giant projector or a multi-screen like in that. I'll assume some multi-screen setup from the movie Swordfish. Okay, we got a gliding stone from Halal. Halal sends me a small round stone. It nestles into my palm with a... I feel a warmth not borrowed from Halal's hands, but emanating from within. I run my thumb over it and find it softly electric like static on cloth. That's not good. The artist formerly known as Reflective, Big Saxy, or Big for short, says it was an older nickname they got in a tattoo parlor when they get work done at. I didn't bring anything for you. Pyro says they went to look at the keyword VOD because they're curious and came back to this gorgeous game. Yo. Well, Pyro, like I said, I'll throw the VOD up on YouTube if the VOD system here on Twitch is being an ass. But I expected Keyword to be a game we played for a bit of a day and went, this is a great game, you should pick it up. Me, feckin' Beadora, and was it Sailorable? Was it the three of us that just were raptured by it? And now I need to know what happens. For those of you that didn't see Keyword A Spider's Thread yesterday, feckin' yes, it is a cracking like detective puzzle game. And the bit where like Beadora and Peeps worked out where to send the drone and the... it's so good. Lyle gives a tinkling laugh. Sable. You can make up for it when you return someday.
I was now years old when I found out that the down part of Phoenix Down is supposed to be a type of feather, rather than the relic of Wonkine's translation. Not being a native English speaker sucks sometimes. Learned fluent.
I mean, I'm dyslexic so sometimes stuff like that zips past me as well. I think it was Final Fantasy VII where someone pointed out, you know that's a feather, right? And I went, it's a phoenix feather. The fluffy feathers of a phoenix. Which, by the way, there must be a ripe industry of phoenixes in that world. So, Gatros, do not worry. Also, thank you for 200. You feckin' ledge. Pyro, that sounds feckin' cool. Well, Pyro, we're going to be finishing it off this time next week. Anyway, so I've given you a gliding zone. How do you feel? I tell Halal that I feel connectedness, fuzziness, electricity. I feel fuzzy! Starring says PlayStation bought Bluepoint Games, the devs that remade Dark Souls. Bluepoint's been responsible for a lot of like remakes of PlayStation classics, so it kind of seems sensible. I look at the stone, seems quite closed. Gliding stones are vessels for the perpetual. They suck up its power like little sponges and hold on for it for you to channel. Right now it's empty, or dormant, and waiting for you to fill it up. I ask how I can do this, and... Alright, you take it to the temple ruins at the edge of the canyon. Be able to activate it there. Hylo claps their hands twice and bobs a little. I appreciate their good mood at a time like this. And Varbles, you're actually not the only person. A large proportion of peeps thought that Bluepoint were already a Sony-owned studio, so... Oh, Say Audible says they're forcing themselves not to play and spoil the ending before stream. Say Audible, I won't be mad if you play through it all and then you get to smugly sit there and watch me struggle. I won't be offended. It's a great game, and I never get mad when people are like, "Oh, Will, have you considered this?" Like, playing a game on Twitch is a group experience anyway. When it comes to puzzly games, like, don't tell me the answer, but I'll definitely ask you if I need a hint. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, Strager was also adding that they second that the down in Phoenix Down isn't obvious even as a native speaker. So yeah, so Katros don't have to... Oh, Katros was saying that it took Final Fantasy XIV showing them the thumbnail of a phoenix feather for it to click for him. Yeah. Honestly, if it makes you feel better, I was in my 30s when I realized that Tails' full name, Miles per hours, was a pun. Alright. Oh, we're gonna go get our bike. Alright. Yeah, okay. So, we've got a whispering stone from that blokey. Now it's time to get our super, super cool speedy bike. But first, I want to go up in the feckin' tower. Postbox. Logging in. Hello, Sable. Unread messages, 0. Have a good day. Yeah, I'm going out. Aperio says they were 33 when they found out Tails has a first name. Yeah, Tails is a nickname. Which is ironic because Sonic is Sonic's name. Who wants high up freebies? I do like seeing the places we'll go in the distance obscured by the smoke. But then again, I'm a sucker for any game where it's the... Okay, I forget what title it was that we were talking about the other day. But the term of, like, every frame of painting came up again. Oh, feck, what game was it? Hang on, let me... I'll look at what we played recently. Was it El Shaddai? If it wasn't El Shaddai, it was through the fragmentation. I think it was El Shaddai. And setting up your shots and your camera work inside the game as to have the same the same visual language as gorgeous photography. Cheeses looks busy. I should leave it to it. Alright. Well, time to test out the full damage theory. No full damage! Haha! Impressive knees. D says, is this a mix with 3D and sprites? No. That's what's so cracking about it, is this is all 3D. It's just the cell shading effect combined with the shaders they have going, like, it's fucking good. Like, alright, you've all heard me talk about art style until I'm blue in the face. You don't need another round of banter on that one. Okay, and we get our basic space bike. Alright, it's the Ibex camp. But in an era where there are just so many games all at once, like anything that can stand out in the crowd, anything that can have this kind of like visually distinct style is always going to have a better time of things. Though I've told myself not to be too eager, it's all I can do not to race up to Driss. He's the camp manager, and he's been difficult to get hold of lately, but now I strongly suspect he's been working on my bike in secret. Perhaps it's extra beautiful and has some, like, custom feature. I think it's going to be a junker. What will its name be, I wonder? How fast will it go? Will my legs feel sore or will I get used to it? Driss turns with a bit of a start. Ah, Sable! Hello! Alright. Jaddy sent me to speak with you? Oh, did she? What about? I tell him it's about something special and then make a leading gesture slowly, trying to be perfectly cool and confident. But I can't do it. I'm too keen. The words spill out. I ask Driss if he might possibly sort of have like a bike for me. Oh, your bike! He yells it like it's an idea he just had. Your bike, yes. Of course, right, yes. Your bike. That was meant to, that I prepared for you because today is your... gliding, yes. Driss nods along with me. Yes, of course, right, yes. I have that. My blood runs cold. Has he forgotten? By which I mean I arranged it for you in a, well, sort of tutorial for you. A tutorial, it's not here. Did you forget? I'm telling you I didn't forget. I just made different arrangements. You see, Sable, before one can ride their own bike, they must prove they can ride a bike by taking a test ride on a different bike. I think about it and find that I've heard this part of the gliding, but Driss does... I'm sorry, I've never heard of this part of the gliding, but Driss does seem earnest. Sort of. I'm J-Post. What ho, friend? Oh, Beodora, he is absolutely... He is not getting a slice of a post-ceremony cake. He has not earned that. So, instead of worrying about your bike, I'll let you try out this bike as a test. Driss gestures to the sand cutter at his side. It's quite old and a little shabby. A tester if ever I'd seen one. What's the bike's name? Driss seems scandalised. That's a bit personal, don't you think? Just sand cutter will do for now. Youngsters these days, always asking questions. Now, ride that bike through the ring and back. And here's some advice for you, my young glider. Don't fall off. Don't use your bike. When you're not riding it, your hover bike will appear as a blue icon on your compass. All right. Oh, wow. This is a... Oh. Oh. Back. Oh, strafe is A. Oh, okay, so we can't strafe at speed. Oh, this is a clunker. Ugh. This thing sounds like I feel. Just, oh. Chunkity, chunkity, chunkity. Chunkity, chunkity. What is going on? Bacon's like still better than walking? I'm not sure. Oh, and Andorf, what ho, friend? See what else we can find out here. God, it sounds like an angry dump fridge. God, it handles like a lawnmower with a smoking habit. Alright, well. Get this mother hubbard back. Oh, so Andorf, sorry, how's it going with your good self? We've just started Sable, and it's already gorgeous. Honestly, like, there's a part of me that just wants to go and make a sarnie and have like just a little picnic in this game. You know what I mean? I return to Driss, who somehow manages to seem caught off guard despite knowing I was coming. Sable! Congratulations, how did your first pre-glide ride? Any strange rattles, unexpected hissing, small fires? What do you mean, fires? Oh, Andorf says it's a just got back from work and made a drink kind of day. Okay. I'm trying to strictly adhere to a no midweek drinking rule. Ooh. Jackie's chugging mead from the bottle. Lovely. Lovely. Okay. Surely you'd notice if it were on fire, even a little bit. What was that possibility? Well, obviously it didn't happen, so I think we're fine. Driss, is this bike dangerous? Well, he doesn't finish. Have you ever been to Heidel? Like, yeah. I'm not getting a bike, am I? Well, you're getting used... Yeah, you're getting the use of this sand cutter. That's something. You can borrow it to run your little errands. My little errands. And Hal's got something that will show you how to help you with more of that mobility you're after. With my confidence in this exercise only lightly tarnished, I thank Driss very much for his help. And his bike. And I depart for Heil. So I guess we head back on up. So, I guess the sand cutter is our new bike. This possibly about to explode. Oh, sorry. But yeah, Andorf, I've been studiously sticking to no midweek drinking. Because it is it's definitely become, I wouldn't say habitual, but it has definitely been a good solution. And it's definitely led to many a sore midweek brain. God, I wonder if there's a sit button. I think I just want to sit here and chat with you lot for a bit. Just watch the sun roll out in this little game, you know? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, it'll be... Catros, you're right. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh, Strake's going to test some cocktails tonight. I do that this week. Well, I get to see you both on Sunday, so that's cool. Oh, and I've got a little something for Stooge as well, which has been a long time coming. Actually, that sounds like a threat. It's not a threat. It's a gift. Yeah, actually, I'm with Andorf on this one. So what are you making cocktail-wise? So the thing is, I'm not one that does well in hot climates. Living in this kind of environment would kill me outright, and the sheer amount of sand would drive me doolally-tap. But the idea of just, like, get up in the morning and just, like, sipping, like, a Turkish coffee and looking out across this, or the Turkish style, that sounds feckin' glorious. The day-night cycle in this game is already so vibrant. Like, I don't know, maybe I really, really want to like this game. Maybe this is one of those titles that, because I've been looking forward to for so long, like, I'm just here for it, you know? It's different and weird and quirky already. I like the counterpoint to the my father's sword or the magical MacGuffin. That we're led into this, like, it shall be your great journey of discovery. Here, take this magical glowing blue sword of badassery. It's like, oh, you're doing the thing. We forgot, but I'm not going to admit it. Here's a piece of shit bike. Good luck. You know? Oh, Catra says same. Wow, okay. Catastrophe spent a month in Egypt once, and unlike their travel companions, made a point of doing like the locals and getting their butt inside when the heat was at its worst during noon. Yeah. Not that this applies to you directly, but there's a... what's the old saying? Mad dogs and Englishmen go out in the midday sun. Of basically English people being idiots the world over. Sable says it's nice not having starting gear that's supposedly super good story. It is. I don't know. Oh, and Lost Flowers. What, ho friend? I guess I've been reading a lot of Pratchett again, so I'm very much the fan of, like, the under-equipped practical as opposed to the mystical air of goodness. Okay, time to head over to the temple. Let's go
Who
find a
wants
temple.
to sing?
No full damage! Oh, and Lost Flowers. Thank you for the host. It's very lovely. Ah, okay, so it's a variation on the sling, but with nitro cold brew. Ooh, very curious. Alright, let's go find a feckin' temple on this hunker clunker junker. Is that a temple? It looks temple-esque. Ah, this thing handles so badly. It does not like... It does not like me? Alright, well, I think I know where the temple is, but let's go for a skim around. This looks cool. Bacon says that makes me think of a stereotypical teen's first car. Yeah, I mean, you don't want anything that's going to cost money to repair, right? Oh, feck! Oh, it does not like that. Let's avoid rocks in the road. Oh, this is less of a glider, more of a... I don't know. I feel like I need to apologize to somebody. Okay, oh, sorry, so that's the temple we just came out of. Where we started. So let's see if we can find this proper temple. Oh, I don't know. Slider implies like a smooth, fluid motion. This thing's very angry at me.
Quick, jump it and do a barrel roll.
No, not quite barrel roll. But even hitting a single rock causes the thing to go... Let's try again. There we go. How's that for a barrel roll? Was that 200 bits worthy? Ah, no, sorry. Bacon Avenger, thank you for the 200 bits. Wheel Dealer, it's gorgeous. Honestly, I'm only progressing the narrative because, one, I think we deserve a better vehicle, but also because I wouldn't want to bore everybody to tears. But honestly, I could just sit here in this world and just sip my coffee and chat with you all. Like, watching the day-night cycle roll in this gorgeous environment. Sign me the feck up. Is this the temple? Let's find out. Yeah, Beodora, it has big Grandpa's lawnmower energy. And yeah, Ark of the Conclave, the trail of dust and smoke mixing together is fascinating. Burb. Hello, Burb. Oh, I might not have enough stamina to make this. There we go. The Master of Stamina. But yeah, so Wheeler Dealer, have you had a chance to play this yourself? Like, because I'd love to know your thoughts and feels on this. I'm not sure if I'm, no pun intended, jumping the gun here. Like, I feel like I might be. Oh, and JP, welcome back. How goes it? Can I climb that? I can. Haha! Breath of the Wild! Which apparently now means any game where I'm allowed to climb stuff. Hey, these. Those look important. Well, actually, so JP, that's what's fascinating about it. The animations are shuddery and shaky on purpose. It's not... Much like with Heaven's Vault and its very, very simplistic animation style, it's an intentional artistic choice. And I don't know if that's coming across on the stream or not, but this is as it intends to be, and it's pretty feckin' pretty, I won't lie. Sup, crows? Can I come hang out with you? Okay, fine. No full damage! Oh! But okay. This is not where we're supposed to be. And that's okay. Where'd I leave the bike? I left it over here. Ooh. Sorry, JP's got a sleepy mint tea combo. Lovely. And also saying the fact that climbing felt so revolutionary in Breath of the Wild has to say something about the franchise. You know what? It's not even the first game to have that style of climbing, yet it became iconic. And makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. Alright, let's see if we can find this ruddy bloody temple. Excuse me, I'm looking for a mystical temple. I need to go get my wings. D says this is more of a puzzle solver platformer. I don't know. All I knew about this coming into it was the sand gliding, the art style, and some parts of the narrative. Like, we are a young person of our village going off on the gliding, which is kind of the rite of passage ceremony of sorts. I also know we will not be stuck with this jet bike forever. JB says, where did that sort of climbing gameplay come from? Like, honestly, I'm struggling to... Oh, sorry. I'm struggling to think where that first kind of, like, freeform style of climbing originated. I mean, I remember it from Shadow of the Colossus, certainly. Was that the first one to have it? Do you know what I mean? Arthur Conclave was asking if it's the trial to become an adult. I don't know. The game's been kind of content to do a bit of the old show don't tell with the narrative elements. Honestly, the only thing it's being very, very... the only thing it's being very heavy on the exposition is the characters, essentially. Like, the fact that we don't... While we choose what our character... Hello? Who are you? A chum egg, offered up by chums when planted themselves into the ground. Perfectly smooth and hard as a rock, these eggs seem to float with how light they are. Must be a good place to deliver these. I do not know what just happened there. Yeah, J-Pose, I think great big question mark is ideal. Big burp. Well, this is glowing, so it's got to be a temple. Oh, pea balls and bin bags. So I have good news and bad news. Good news, we're probably where we need to be. Bad news, might have wrecked the ancient temple a little. Just a little. Like, not a lot, but a little. Oh, Smash T, did I say hello when you came in? I hope I did. I feel like I've been rather all over the place today. Yeah, the art style of this is feckin' glorious. Katros asking, are we going to starve to death in an ancient temple? No, no, no. The mold will get us before that. Though the temple is glow singing, so good, I guess? Katros with good. I don't want to starve to death in an ancient temple. It's too generic. Arcocolos, wait, the mold. Yeah, it's super delicious, but we probably shouldn't eat it. The stone hums like the beat of a heart as I approach the altar. Am I afraid, exhilarated, or maybe it feels right? I think it feels right. I am ready for Rohana to know me. I am ready to know myself. I feel her curiosity in this sacred place, and I know I am in her sight. Stone's charged. Oh, please don't explode the temple. Everyone will be livid at me. Astra, what, ho, friend? Hello, hello. Oh, okay, Katros, go sleep well. I was just kind of absorbed by this game. It's fucking gorgeous. And when you think about the size of the team that made this, the budget involved, like, why can't we have this at a tier involving properly gorgeous titles? Sorry, at a larger tier. God. Hang on, let me jump onto that thought in a second. Okay, Whispering Stones. Lost Flowers is correct. Friends, while the mold may look delicious, do not ingest the mold. Just remember to check for TNT under the chests before you open it. Like Wile E. Coyote style. And yeah, Astra, we've been playing Sable probably for an hour in officially, but we've only really been faffing about. We've just started proper. And oh, that's feckin' cool. This game is gorgeous. I mean, just check out the feckin' art style on it. Feckin' wee. So feckin' cool. Sorry. Some of you may or may not know, the God of War game, the new one, Ragnarok, got delayed. And one of the reasons was, I'm not sure if it was scheduling issues or otherwise, but the gentleman that plays Kratos in this one, who most famously played Teal'c, wasn't able to do the physical performance as well as the vocal performance. So they decided to stall the game until they could get him in the studio to do both. Which is good, but I can't help but feel like the amount of money that cost them to wait and do it later is more than most indie teams will ever see in a lifetime, you know? And so I saw some comments being like, oh, it's super good to see them, like, you know, respecting the talent. It's great to see them, protecting the integrity of the performance. And I'm like, imagine having enough money where that's an option. Imagine having the kind of cash where you can just burn an entire video game's budget on waiting for the right time. Oh, shush, JP. The new Thor designs are cracking and I will stand by them. Like, the kind of person I know that drinks and fights like Thor does, at least in the stories as they're told, they all look like that. Like, let me tell you, the chiseled beefcakes of the Hollywood world, those motherfuckers can't drink 8 bottles of mead in a night, because the amount of sugar to the system would probably kill them. You know, they can't eat a whole-ass goat because of, like, diet control. Maybe on cheat day. Maybe on cheat day. Now, and JP, you know what? It is a little funny. Most of the people who are genuinely criticizing the design for Thor in the new Ragnarok either don't know Norse mythology or are just being, like, shit eels, to be honest. It's always a thing that I see blown out proportion when, like, Twitter discussions and arguments turn into, you know, these huge tier nonsense. Sorry, let me recombine my thoughts on that one. Basically, I think a lot of the buzz around things like Thor's appearance in God of War Ragnarok don't come from good faith places. Yeah, Wolfcrat. That's exactly how I imagine Thor. Oh, Pyrojing says the way the color goes between white, between like the washed out and the bright reminds him of those shirts that got color from the sun. Oh yeah, Dayglow. Remember those? But like, the cell shaded line work on this one gives it a very, very clear, concise visual style, and it's all about teaching us when we're using the glide bubble. That's the only thing that has color that pops in this area. It's feckin' smart. Yeah, Jackie Fox says, just wait till Thor starts dressing like a woman. Yeah. There are a lot of people that don't know just how heckin' gay the Norse mythology is. And that's good. But it's, I don't know, because of my moniker, I get targeted with a lot of those, like, Facebook ads for, like, you know, hardcore manly Viking products. And I'm like, oh, sweet summer child. Astra was saying it's real good about not using too many hard lines on screen at once. Yes, they've actually been saving the hard lines for things like smoke and plumage. Ark of the Conclave with heckin' bygods. Yup. Let bygods be bygods. Well, let's just forget that, like, Loki was a mum for a bit. That was a thing that happened. Oh, God. Okay, here's the other thing. Look at these subtle movements on the character while we're gliding, right? Now look at the jerky movements in walking. This is where I think a lot of the animation styles were very concise. Like, it's almost weird to be on foot. It's almost unnatural. JP says, what? Vikings being the Spartans of the medieval ages? Oh, God. Okay, I worked on Rome too. When people find out just how hella gay the Greeks are, it's always a fun time. Now, obviously, especially when it comes to the Greek and Hellenic, there are some unsettling parts to those. But at face value, like, and especially in things like the Silver Hand, your understudy would also be your lover, which brings up a whole bunch of bad connotations. But it was not straight. But that's another story. Oh yeah, so what Astra was saying about the hard lines. See, notice how the smoke coming out this clunker is the only one that's really got the chunky lines. Alright, now we need to head back to camp, which is by the smoke. There we go. I will say though, friends, stop me if I told you the story already, but Camille took us all out for a big old dinner at Scarl. Scarl's like a local, the fact that I get to say this, a local mead hall. It's a Viking themed bar not too far from us, and it's fucking great. And we went there. Camille had like booked up a couple of the feasts, which I've almost killed all the leftovers for. Yes, it has taken that long, and yes, it was that good. Ah, the leftover rabbit. Oh, so good. Anyway, so while we were there, they had an adult spelling bee, hosted by a glorious drag queen. And when I say adult spelling bee, I don't mean like adult-themed spelling bee. It was just a spelling bee for grown-ups who are drinking. But there was just this part of me of looking around, having good food with friends, like cracking booze, whilst grown-ass adults try to remember how to spell words under the stern gaze of a glorious drag queen. I was like, you know what? This is the feckin' peak. This is the goal. I don't know. It's just one of those things that made me real happy. Smash T was like, I remember going out with friends. And Smash T, you will again. I know we're very lucky in Seattle. Like, you know, obviously we're still taking precautions. We're not just going around licking door handles. But we're real lucky. JP, going out? With people? Astra's like, I remember sunlight. Smash T says it's going to be 1st December for Sydney, Australia. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, friend. Well, I will say, Smash T, we're going to have a bunch of stuff going on the long ship. So if you need digital company in the weird hours, we got you, alright? Also, Fiona's going to be away for a week, so you're going to have extra will time. Like, definitely, I know one of the things that Tom and some people have wanted to do is a rewatch of the Gen 1 of Transformers. Now it's on like YouTube to just watch. So we need to do that as a group. And we really need to try out the new build of Unfortunate Spacemen. Because, oh boy, that's good. Oh, Smash T was saying that the 1968 movie was still one of their favourites. It's fucking glorious, but I feel these lovely Mother Hubbards have had to hear me natter about that movie like a million times. Oh, Astra's like, how are you feeling about tomorrow night? Well, as long as gods don't keel over again. The idea doesn't decide to try and, I don't know, jump a gorge on a skateboard. Like, I think that next week will end up being calm. Sorry, Wolfcrad's like, wait, Fiona's away for a week? How many Gundams do you end up ordering? None. None. I have bought the last one that I'm going to buy until all of these are done. Alright? The Nightingale was a special reprieve, but I am not buying any more. When I return to Heimdall, it's clear that they know that what I've just experienced, and they're excited on my behalf in a way that make me miss them before I've even left. Wolfgrad says, Tepix, however, whatever could you possibly mean? How does it feel? It's exciting. I tell Heil that hovering is exciting. And ramble for a moment about all the things I'll be able to do when I'm out in the world. Hello, River. Oh, you're a big girl. Want to say hello to everybody? Hey, come here. Come here, say hello. River is non-fussed. Sadly, the talent will not be gracing us. Astra says they're now calling their management friends Song Shark now. Freaking jump in the Song Shark. Well, the thing is, like, SAO's not the threat anymore. Like, SAO ain't killed anybody's gods, you know what I'm saying? Oh, and Bacon Avenger. Thank you for filling the pint glass. Most of them involve me falling on my head and not getting hurt, but I'm sure I'll come up with more practice. It's like, right? You can do anything you want. Astra says that Necrofancy and I had a long conversation about that. Oh, about that management's no longer the big threat. Like, okay, management is keeping all the kids in Redacre and is still, like, the organization of bad. But from the, like... And, okay, and SAO has brutalized and murdered a bunch of children. But it's like the Hunter is, like, actively killing god after god. And let's be honest, without the gods getting out is very difficult. So, I don't know. Astra says, I'm Seed the Grudge. She's Sword Art Online. We play together. It's good times. It sounds like the pitch for a rom-com, but like a really twisted one. Hylel says, you're very lucky, you know. I miss it so much, that feeling of just floating on the breeze. But I suppose it's the best that it fades away with age. Or else I might never come back down from my gliding. I'd just be out there, heaving myself into chasms. I'll heave myself into chasms for you. I'll let Hyle know that I'll throw myself into 1,000 chasms on their behalf, and they giggle. That's what I like to hear. I know people manage to keep up, but I don't know that I've got the time to practice as much as they do. It takes some really serious focus. And Halala laughs, even there's only a bit of regret in it. And I certainly haven't got that. Still, I suppose the gliding wouldn't mean much if it were all gains and no loss, huh? I think about that, but decide that there really is too much loss on my mind to consider it much further. I'm saying goodbye to my clan, my family, my home, and my childhood. To lose the perpetual is to sacrifice for another time. Anyway, you're going to love it out there, Sable, even when you don't. My advice, try to have fun. There's a lot to be said about ritual and impotence? Whatever. And all of it, and all of that out there. But the world's an easier place if you put joy first. Well, sorry, I would never ask you lot to do anything. Like, you already keep us alive. Oh, crap, Navalis, thank you for the reminder. That's what I didn't do yesterday. All right, I will call them on my break. All right? I will call them on my break. Well, when I go and reheat some pasta at some point today, but you know what I mean. Sorry, if you do send things to Fiona to the P.O. box, just make sure it's labelled to Fiona. Because, yes, she does love Lego stuff. But, like, we are feckin' spoiled, friends. Fiona's got the space shuttle from C222 still to put together, and I am surrounded by Gandams. So many Gandams. Anyway, Captain Stephanie Barnes, head of House Valkyrie. What ho, friend? How goes it? Halal says it'll be over before you know it. A warning and a reassurance all at once. I said to go goodbye to Hyal. Hyal. And before I go, he gestures to the tower. It seems that Cizo wishes to see me before I leave the clan. Alright. And I have eaten! Logging on. Hello, Sable. No unread messages. Okay, whatever that thumping sound was in-game. Oh, wow, that person's coming down. Gotta make some friends. Oh, it's so weird. It's the thumping that sounds like someone playing tunes like next door. Absolutely isn't. It's in-game. Okay, Shizu is an outclanner to the Ibexi, but I've known her for nearly as long as I can recall, and I think of her more as a kind, distant relation than an outsider. Machinists, I'm told, are given their posts, and by their training and their code must go where they are needed. But Shizo has been among us so long that it's easy to forget that it's an assignment first and foremost. As far as Reddy's concerned, she's one of us. I think there is a perception among the other clans that the Ibexi are quite insular, or that our designation of Ibexi versus outclanners suggests some nervous othering of those who are unlike us. Yes, the othering, a dark and powerful force. Oh. But in practice, such things are more the result of nomadic nature. We seek to know who will travel with us, who we must leave behind, but all are welcome. I was pleased that Shizu did. And Shizu's like, Sable! How you doing, clan child? I could only think of one thing. Bit worried. Am I really getting a bike? Shizu has a throaty quality to her voice, and it rumbles through her mask when she laughs. She's quite a serious person most days, and I'm always torn between pride and alarm when I manage to make her chuckle. Yes, Jardy told me how excited you were. Shizu sniffs. She also told me that Driss would be coming along to get your bike together, but I think he may have... I knew it. What? He didn't mean to say it out loud. I hadn't meant to say it out loud, so I just tell her I was clearing my throat. And Shizu's like, don't begrudge Driss his forgetfulness. Were I tasked with so many odds and ends, I might be just as scared. And besides, this will be good for you. I want you to scavenge the hoverbike parts for yourself. Wait, I'm going to make my own hoverbike? No, you aren't going to make your hoverbike. You're going to build your hoverbike. It's like a lightsaber I can ride. Of course. To make suggests you are creating something, but your bike already exists. They simply haven't taken form yet. Here, take this. Ah, the navigator. You can use it to mark waypoints on your compass. It should be useful for finding old parts. And I ask Shizu where I might start looking. Our bikes are reborn in ruined ships, in fragments spread apart. A good start will be the ship down there near the camp. You'll find another up on the Great Rock near the other side of the canyon, and another behind the old dam in the hill. Use your navigator to mark that down if you need. You'll need to gather a control panel, a power supply, and a calibrator. Alright. Do most gliders make their own bikes? Only the lucky ones. I tell Shizu I'll see her soon, and head off in search of components, and together we will create something new out of the old. Feck, that's a feckin' good... Oh, heck! Oh, that is heckin' cool. That is heckin' cool. This is how we place markers in the world. That's why it didn't just give us an immediate marker. Oh, that's feckin' cool. Like, don't get me wrong, I loved Breath of the Wild's whole system where, like, when you found something, when you got up to the top of the tower, it would reveal the map to you. But this, where we've actually got to, like, sit and look for ourselves, sign me the feck up. Alright. Alright, machine people! Got any goodies for me? Eldra, the balloon was more fun than the person in it. Who is this? I approached the cartographer. Ah! Greetings, child! I saw you looking longingly at my great balloon. Quite a piece of work, isn't she? She really is. I nod enthusiastically. It really is an impressive vessel. However nervous I get imagining being all alone. I wonder if everyone's fallen off one. Desert Gundam Mobile. And we're gonna make ourselves a jet bike! It's gonna be feckin' good! And to Lost Flowers, in Subnautica 1 it is. That coffee crunches down real good. Best not to ask right now. All right, well, good to meet you. Oh, and shout out to Mr. Jeff. I am Jordan. Tell him I'm Sable. Suppose you've come all this way to see me. It's probably a map you're after, eh, Sable? I'd love a map. Of course you would. Be 50 cuts. To my ears, it's a fair price for a map, but too expensive for a pre-gliding gilder with empty pockets. I shall do it and I'll be back. I need to ask Johnny for some money. Farewell, child! Alright, I guess I gotta borrow some cash. Do 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 do. Sorry, that's my floating noise. Wow, Streamlabs is being a piece of... Penny Peruna, what ho and welcome, friend. Streamlabs is being an absolute cockwomble today, and for some reason is just not playing ball. I don't know why that is, and I'm very sorry. Let me see if I can shake it awake. See if I can shake it awake. There we go! Alright, we'll pretend like that was planned. That was a surprise. Oh! Would you look at that? We are under raid by Penny Peruna! How are you doing, friend? How was your morning? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. We're playing Sable. It's gorgeous. It's just gorgeous. I want to call it like Breath of the Mobius, but that sounds like huffing hallucinogenic substances from a strange pot. I heard, told...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yeah.
I'm getting old. But hey, here is to another month and for many more.
Yeah. Older matter of perspective. I mean, in wine years, you're very young. In dog years, you are an ancient deity. XD Johnny XP, thank you for 32 months. I know how numbers work. How are you doing?
Test Corgi.
The test Corgi has been delivered successfully, as bits are thrown into the sky. Straker, thank you for the 200. Jumping back in, Penny Peruna says that their evening was quite lovely. Nice stream with a couple of people coming in. Lovely. Well, what were you up to? Tell me your tales. We're about to just... Alright, here's some money to go on your journey. Use it wisely. It's good to know the value of... It's good to know the value of money, but never be ruled by it. Alright, let's go get that map.
Test train.
I think it might be too soon. But, sorry, and Stu, thank you for the 200, you feckin' ledge. Like, you lot don't do a feckin' enough to keep us going.
Choo choo.
It's so weird. There's the drum beats in-game are throwing me off. Because it does sound like... It really does sound like someone in like the next room is playing like thumping drums. Alright. I'll buy the map! Okie dokie. Alright. Oh, I take it back. Apparently, it is train o'clock. And now we have a map as well. Yeah, apparently, Stooge, like the power of hope was strong. Now we have a whole train going. I can't bring myself to put on like tub thumping train music. This game's too calm. It's too lovely. So sorry. Let me say thank you, Stooge, Penny Peruna. Thank you for the 200. Wolfcrad, you feckin' legends. I'm just keeping an eye on the alerts like a hawk.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, and Johnny. Ow! Bash my my hand. Thank you kindly for the host. Making Mr. Twitch... Making the numbers look good for Mr. Twitch.
Hope train.
Yeah, Strays. Hope train worked. But no, all of you, thank you. And yeah, Wolfcrowd hopefully won't have a hand to repeat. Sometimes it's very unsettling when I end up having my hand upside down on stuff.
Twitch doesn't like my PayPal, so only bits of trains.
Hey, Penny Peruna, anything that peeps throw in is feckin' appreciated. Like, it all totals up at the end of the month. It is the reason why we're not living out of a small tent in a small corner of Seattle. So thank you, alright? Oh. So D's, I mean, I don't know if we can say fans. I mean, I guess everybody here is super close. The Hype Train art was done by Harmful Rays. And the initial version was just a plain English train running me over with a poor friend at the front. And then we had a Pride variant, which is so much better. So we kept it. Much like a dog. Dogs aren't for Christmas, and Pride doesn't have to just be for Pride Month. I mean, it's a rainbow train. What's not to like? And Wolfgrad, I'm alright with that. The only thing I think I would change it for would be an Evangelion-style bullet train. But at that speed, I think the friendo would be out of control, and so would I. Okay, wow, the alerts are definitely having a very, very hard time. Well, so Vanderbeest, Lord Lost and Found, thank you both for throwing in there. Oh yeah, and sorry, that's a good point. It does have that whole Norse Rainbow Bifrost thing going on. Oh, and we've cleared the first station on our train venture. Oh, God. I don't know what's going on. I do not know what's going on with Streamlabs. Because nothing's changed in the last few seconds. It's just stopped working again. And I think I can force it, but... Okay, so friendos, it looks like Streamlabs is having issues across the board. So it's not just us. All right. So then let me go into the events list, because that way I can just see who's done what and just say some thank yous. Yo! Okay, Penny Peruna, you've fucking legend, thank you. Friends, Penny Peruna threw in $5 as just a direct donation. Thank you. Vanderbeest threw in 50 and 50 again for filling the pint glass. You fucking legend. And Andorf threw in 1,000. Fucking yo. That's like that is $10 to keeping us going. Thank you. Even if the corgis were scattered to the 9 winds. Yo. And Sayolable just gifted out 5 subs to the crowd, feckin' yo. That's very kind of you, thank you. Sorry, Saleable threw out 5 subs to Adrian, Albert Rosslaw, Admiral Ramrod, Gold Luca, and Nuclear Loop. I've got the things, so I'm just gonna have the background stuff going on because Excellent just threw us a follow. Excellent, thank you kindly, and I hope you're having a lovely day. What ho and welcome. The alerts are fucked, so I'm having to improvise. Ha ha. And Penny Pruner threw in another 100. Feckin' thank you. Hey, one of these days, Sailorable, I will get your name right. And then I will promptly double guess myself wrong when I try and read it in chat. Being dyslexic is fun! Names get creative! At least you know I butcher everyone's names correctly. In the same kind of manner. I will say, also, it helps this game is feckin' gorgeous, and I could just quite happily sit here and, like, hang out. Like, this feels like campfire coffees with friends, you know? So yeah, while we're trundling through this train, I hope you're all having a lovely afternoon. I don't know why I've been super feelsy. I don't know. Oh, to Sexy Beast and Thunder Knight, as in Thunder the Spell, thank you kindly for throwing follows as well. The alerts are hecked sideways, so you'll just have to accept a personal greeting from myself. I don't think other people have thrown follows in whilst we've been having these problems. But I don't know. Friends, like I said, I had one of those evenings last night where I couldn't sleep. And it wasn't I couldn't sleep because of bad problems or because of like stress and worries. Just sleep wasn't happening. And one of the things I kept thinking about was like, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm looking forward to sharing a cool game with a bunch of lovely individuals, and that's what I get to spend my time doing. And I guess you're probably all sick to the back teeth of me saying this as much as I do. But I feckin' love doing this. And sometimes I stress about it, and sometimes I worry about it. Sometimes I feel I'm not doing enough. Sometimes I worry that I'm falling into routine and pattern, not doing you all as well as you deserve. And then I sit down here, and we hang out for a day, and we have a natter. And it's lovely. It's feckin' lovely. Video game news today has been nice and calm, though I'm still slightly discombobulated about the fact that there is a new madness game that has come out in the year of Waluigi 2021. Oh wow, that just bounced everything. If friends, I apologise for asking this of you. If you could give me a little like 07 in chat, just a little wave, I can see if chat just died out now. You saw everything got reset there. Okay. So, hopefully that was them fixing something in the arse end. Oh, lovely. To AFK AOK, thank you for the 300. Seems it's all working. Lovely. Lovely. Okie dokie Lokies. And that was probably the calmest hype train we've ever had. All of you, thank you so much. yeah, apologies for the technical issues. Yeah, by the looks of things, they just poked something on the back end.
Call go for 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 call go for.
Choo choo indeed, friends. Choo choo indeed. Right. Should we go pick up some pieces for our bike? I think that's a good idea. And Vanderbeest, thank you for the 200 there. It's like, and like I was saying earlier, I don't get angry when technical problems happen. That's not my style. Technical problems happen. Oh, feck.
Corgo says you are doing just fine. 56 octillion 465 septillion 345 sextillion 318 quintillion 675 quadrillion 306.
You proud of yourself there, Caffeine? Are you proud? Caffeine, that's $10, mate. Thank you. Thank you. Caffeine's like, always. Glorious terror. Alright. Let's go exploring. In our rickety junker. I think we can climb this. Something's doing us a hoot. Okay, what are these little things? That is very strange. Like, are they alive now? Are they dead? Did I just kill one of those? Is it like a Kuruk seed? Or, like, am I now a murderer? I'm very curious. It's heckin' adorable. Also, again on the animations of the floating, notice how she's doing the balancing maneuvers. Similar to, oh my god, how I've forgotten her name from Control. Which was one of the best touches on Control's, like, floating and flying mechanics. Jesse, thank you, Wolfgrad. Oh, Miyaki Sakura, how are you doing? Oh, actually, while you're here, check this out. Check this out. Sorry, friends, this is going to be one of those slow days. We got it framed. We got it framed. I wanted to show you it before we put it up, because we're going to put it up over by the guinea pigs. Which is basically becoming like a fancy guinea pig environment. And if you didn't see this, friends, this was the drawing that Miyaki Sakura did for us. And it is gorgeous. So we got it framed. Okay. We went to Target and we found they had floating frames on sale, because we're cost effective, but it looks so pretty. I'm also going to frame the little wrapping paper that comes from my hometown. Well, the wrapping paper, which is a map of where I grew up. God, it's so weird. It's so weird that the in-game noises have that thumping in it that sounds like someone playing music somewhere else, and it isn't. Okay. Some dope computer parts here. Let's help ourselves. Or drive this thing, that's what. Okay, there's nothing of use to be found in the ship, but I noticed the blinking light flashing in the dashboard of the cockpit. Push the button. A voice crackles from the machinery in front of me. It sounds like a recording as it's barely audible. Stop messing about with those buttons, you absolute idiot. Sorry, Ramen. Alright, concentrate. I don't think I have to remind you how much work it was to get this far. We're almost there. Alright, let's see if what that old machinist told us holds up. If there's nothing, it'll be hell to pay. I hear the sound of mechanical adjustments being made. 3 clicks. Buttons being pushed, maybe? Alright, when I push the orange thing, pull that lever. Hard. Yes, Ramen. The sound of a click and a loud grunt before a snapping sound. Oh, Ronan's mask. Not that hard! You've torn it out! Suddenly the speakers are filled with static and a low rumble that gradually increases in pitch. And then the sound of someone cheering. It worked! We're flying! More cheering. Is that the sound of dancing? Okay, let's focus. This thing is moving fast. We need to slow it down a bit. How do we do that, Robin? Alright, let me check the machinist's notes. A long pause. The rumbled static sounds that started playing when the ship took off is still increasing in pitch. Ramen? The lever Tormin, the one you just ripped out. We're going too fast. We're going to crash. We need to try to... The recording cuts off there. Alright. Alright, so there doesn't appear to be anything of use. Stooge is like, I don't think they made it. I'm sure they're fine. What's the worst that could have... Alright, leave it alone. We can listen to the recording again if we want to. Samir's like, are you looking for a calibrator? I am immediately on guard. Samir has always been a mischief maker and taken tremendous pleasure in tormenting me. In theory, I'm older and more experienced and should be more able to withstand it. In practice, you won't find it here. I've hidden it. You never find it. Never, never. Looks like we're about to do our first murder in the desert. They'll never find your body. She never fails to get to me. You are a horrible child. Samina laughs off my irritation, but I'm not going to give her the satisfaction, so I cross my arms and try to effect a change. Samina says, I'll give you the calibrator. I put out my hand, proud of myself for standing tall in front of Samina. If you give me some beetles. It's a fair trade, isn't it? Something you want for something I want. I try to decide if it's more mature to push her over and steal the calibrator or acquiesce. But I simply stifle a sigh and shake her little hand. Perhaps some of the adults in the camp know where I can find some. Little fuck. Oh, God. Sorry! Little bastard! Anyway, before we got onto this one, Fred, how are you doing? What ho, friend? Dandelion, good afternoon, what ho, friend? How goes it? Over here, it has been an interesting day. The game is lovely. Streamlabs has been continuing to, if you'll forgive the terminology, shit the bed. We were nattering about price points and user expectation versus cost. Like, I know it's a few stodgy topics, but I mean, I guess stuff that I find interesting. I don't know if I can speak for the rest of the world on this one, but... Ah, okay. So we'll park it up here. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get vengeance on that little gobshite later. Even if we've got to go find beetles. I know there are some beetles in the temple where we started. I don't know why I find those so unsettling. Sorry, saying, what you want to do is make a fire and spook the child to teach them a lesson. And I'm like, isn't fire a bit extreme? And then my brain immediately went, it will be an important lesson. I will say this is definitely following a larger portion of the things that made Breath of the Wild work very well. At least some of the subtle elements that made it work very well. But they are following quite successfully. I mean, we're in this lovely little paddling pool area. It's taking us through a larger portion of the the controls, the environment, and the experience before it's asking us to tackle the whole world at once. Ah, you little shits. Got it! Little shits. Alright, how are we going to catch these bugs? I assume we're supposed to have gone back to the main environment to learn how to catch them. Running them down doesn't seem to work. So I guess we've got to... Okay, and creeping up on them doesn't seem to have an effect. Yeah, we'll probably need some kind of, like, bug-grabbing gun or something. I don't know. We'll come back to this. Yeah, Miyaki-Tsukuri, you're right. Probably need, like, a tool or... I don't know. Or maybe we just need to set that other child on fire. I mean, what? Yeah, tiny dragon fire. I like that idea. But yeah, this is one of those titles that I don't know if we'll play for more than a day and change. I don't know how interesting this is as a title to watch, etc. But I'm definitely going to play a shitload more of this. Like, it's scratching an itch I didn't know I was missing. And I will say, like, if I could, I would have definitely gotten this on Switch. Okay, we found ourselves a little... I don't know, my heart says mech hangar, but my brain says spaceship thing. I was having a ponder today, though. So, in... It turns out, and I was only made aware of this recently, as I guess I've not really been in the scene these days, but there is a mod that you can get that combines Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas into one big world, which sounds lovely. And I've been pondering it, and I'm like, I really hope someone does something like that for Subnautica. Like, imagine if Subnautica and Below Zero was one world combined. Sign me up. I think at the moment I'm really missing Subnautica. I was looking at Breathage the other night, and we played a little bit of that, but it's hard to really gauge where that title's at. Some people say that it's changed drastically since its early models. Just give Frankie a hug. Frankie just wants a hug. How are you doing, Lizzie? What ho, friend? Oh, gotta hold the bubble. Don't forget about the bubble. Or the buble, depending on who you ask. But no, I've been genuinely missing Subnautica. And I don't want to jump back into it too soon. I've had a look at the co-op mod, and it looks interesting, but it does require some jiggery-pokery with ports. Again, not impossible, just not a simple thing. So it's not something I'd just jump into casually for a one-off. Sailorable was just saying that they don't think Subnautica would work as well. Fallout's an RPG with levels and skills and gear going back and forth. Subnautica's progression is less RPG. I see what you're saying. I will say that at least with how Fallout New Vegas is designed, Fallout New Vegas is designed to offer you basically from the start. There's like 3 paths you can go down. Because if you go in any of those other directions, you just get kill murderated. And so to look at it from the air, it seems very simple. From the ground, it's far more intuitive. It doesn't feel so railroady. I mean, it's just Obsidian showing off their chops, that they know what it takes to make a cracking game. Alright, atomic control panel. Feckin' we. The Subnautica somewhat does the same. Certain items and equipment allow you to go into certain places, and it's more about hitting certain points on the map and experiencing things in a certain order. But considering that the first game is a faceless protag, and the second game is an as you like. Sorry. Wow, coffee helps. The first game you are a faceless protag. The second game you are actually playing as someone. So it wouldn't be impossible to shoehorn the person into the first bit. But just the idea of an even bigger map in Subnautica with even more to explore and investigate. I don't know. I know it's selfish to say it. I know it's putting a lot of expectation on a development team, but I want more. I want more. Oh, way cool. Lizzie says they're doing okay. Did some in-person work visits this afternoon. Lovely, lovely. We ended up nattering for a lot longer than usual. And this game has been basically like arty chill. Well, arty chill Breath of the Wild. I'm sorry to make the what seems like the most gauche of observations, but it's how it feels. A lot of the time when people describe a game as Breath of the Wild-esque, there hasn't been a that tier of destruction yet. Also, I'm going to go get the other control piece before we head back to the village. And Sailorable, I would love a bigger map. I think it's just the knowledge of how complex Subnautica is as a game and how it's not just as simple as make map. If that team could somehow work out a way to do, like, procedural generation and things like that, that would be incredible. But the fact is, both Subnautica maps are incredibly handcrafted and brilliantly so. It's just that its particular style of exploration, base building, and construction, and how it all comes together is something I really, really enjoy. And even though I took extra time on Below Zero, I still feel like I wasn't there enough. Do you know what I mean? And it might be because, like, I missed the Cyclops, but I loved the Sea Truck. Like, I understand the Sea Moth now. I understand it a lot better than I did when I played Subnautica. And... oh, Sailable never went Cyclops. I mean, and that's entirely fine. I fucking loved it. Like, oh yeah, and Sailable, of course I used the prawn suit, but it was driving the Cyclops to a place and then dropping down the prawn suit felt great. And then coming back to our own little, like, happy base under the sea. Like, sign me up. Sorry, so speaking of Breath of the Wild, here that Wayfinder looks fun. Wayfinder, do I have that? Let me check my Steam very quickly. It rings a bell. Rings a bell. I must be going Doolally Tap because I don't think I know the game you're talking about. Cyril was saying they felt sluggish and vulnerable, and I understand. The thing about the prawn suit is it's slow and small, and your POV is very, very tight in. Things can sneak up on you in the prawn suit. But And sorry, and this isn't a counterpoint. I don't think that you're wrong. It's just there's something about Subnautica and how it is exactly the same experience. Sorry, exactly the same environment and story for everyone, and yet it feels like such a personal experience. I mean, Breathage isn't going to come close to that, not in a million years, but it has some elements that are similar. I mean, the only reason I've been really avoiding it is because there's been a few discussions about like the humor of it that sometimes bats way out of it, that sometimes it's a swing and a miss, sometimes it's very funny. The humor does seem to be like the divisive element of it. Some people thoroughly enjoy it, others consider it to be its kind of its downfall, if you will. Sorry, well, is that the... Oh, here we go. It must be goodies. Alright, so all we need to do now is acquire a shit ton of bugs. And... Oh, did I hang out here? I did not. Treasure! This is our first little treasure chest. Marco Piquet. Thank you kindly. Ooh, a cache of 100 cuts made from metal harvested from crashed ships. Lovely. Oh, okay, so the currency is usable materials. And to, I want to say, Hugh Cull? Thank you kindly for the follow. What-ho, and welcome. Sorry if things seem a little quiet and a little calm today. This game is very relaxing. Sorry, are you sure you've got the right spelling of it? Is... Because I do not doubt that you've gifted me some lovely, lovely games. And it entertains me greatly that the number of titles to stream and to show to you all increases exponentially faster than I'm able to show you. Like, I haven't updated the games to stream list. It became too much. Oh, we're getting a lot of follow peoples here. Let me park this up for a second, have a little sip of the coffee. Yeah, go caffeine. It is keeping me going today. I made the equivalent of 10 cups worth of a pot. Though I do think that their our last surviving coffee machine's measurement of a cup is very stingy. Oh. God, I could just chill and ill in this game a whole bunch. Hello, Dustin. What ho, friend? Sorry about this. And Penny Peruna, have yourself a lovely evening. Sleep well, friend. Sorry I haven't been my usual chatty catty self, but the game's glorious and the company's lovely. And Sagebell, how are you doing today? Stables? What, for horses? Need a farrier for that.
Okay Google. Play Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley.
Ah! Caffeine, did you say okay Google? Play Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. I'm fucking hearing things today. Oh, okay. So Varbles meant win back. Caffeine managed to get Lizzie with that one. Fucking yes! He isn't going to give you up, and he isn't going to let you down. Oh, anyway, Sagebell, how are you doing today? What ho and welcome. We're playing a very chill game today. It's feckin' gorgeous. It feels like a slow, lazy day. Oh, and sorry, to those that threw follows in, thank you kindly for throwing follows in. I apologise if I've been a little like, wee. Our alert system decided to just not earlier on today. And I am functioning entirely on caffeine. The substance, not the moderator. Sagebell is exhausted from work and less sleep than normal. You know what? I don't know what it is about this week. It's just been a bad sleep week. And the thing is, like, I'm not stressed. I'm not worried about stuff. Just sleep doesn't want to play ball right now. Okay. But I did get to watch all of Midnight Mass, which I keep like offhand recommending. So Squid Game and Midnight Mass are 2 new shows on Netflix, and I recommend them wholeheartedly. Now this game is Sable, and this is like speeder bike Breath of the Wild with this gorgeous like Mobius infused art style. Alright, so now we've got to learn how to catch bugs. Okay, could ask about catching beetles. Do you know where I can find some beetles? Alright, do you know about Semin's hiding place? I know she spends a lot of time in the cave under the camp. You could look down there. Hello, little guy. That's big glider to you. Alright. I feel like I should learn how to catch beetles, but also I'm going to go under the camp and feckin' steal the shit out of it. We'll go ask the machinist. They seem like they know what they're doing. Who's feckin' whistling at me? Probably our friendo. Sorry, Dream was saying the only person looking out for my intake is the coffee machine. Trying to make sure I don't drink too much. Oh. Alright, do you know where I can find beetles? Or do you know about their hiding place? Okay. And let's see if they'll... Alright, so do you know where I can find beetles? There's a nest of beetles here. You can't just walk up and catch one. Some seeds growing on the rocks around the nest. Drop a seed on the floor and the beetle will start eating it. Alright. Alright, so we need seeds. However, I like the idea of outsmarting that little shit. They stole from us first. Alright. Hiding place. The beetle. Haha! Wait. Crouch down. Sagebell said, whoa, 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 floaty bubble? To protect you from being seared from the sun, it does not. My pale ginger flesh still needs protection. The floaty bubble lets us float around, and it's feckin' gorgeous. especially in these like outside of the real daytime hours, where everything's got this really kind of washed out pastel flavor to it.
Hey Google, play Staying Alive by the Bees. Max volume.
What was that, Lizzie? Okay, Google, play Staying Alive by the Bee Gees, max volume. Alright, something weird's going on. That child ain't right. Okay, Caffeine says that Google doesn't like the UK accent. That's fair. It gets... Our Google isn't exactly my friend either. Fine, fine. I won't climb up. I'll go the boring way. I hope you're happy, Hans. Oh, Bacon says the mini nest perked up but didn't play anything. So the Bee Gees aren't as powerful as Rick Astley. Fucking wee. Alright, Kestrel, have a lovely dinner. To be continued, friend. Right, I'm probably going to be here for a good while. Vanderbeest says, looking for beetles? We tried looking in Liverpool. I mean, you certainly won't find all of them there.
Hey Alexa, play No Scrubs by TLC.
Lizzie, did you just say... Hey Alexa, play No Scrubs by TLC. Was that what you said, Lizzie? Oh, sorry. Lizzie, thank you for 400 in total. Even if it is used as trying to fire counter shots to Caffeine. Alright. That's everything we need. You're able to assemble a bike of your own? I'm ready! Let's head to the workshop. Ah, still no dice. And Sable says Alexa couldn't find the song. Ah, that's because Alexa don't want no scrubs. Alright, friends. Pour a cuppa, sit back, prepare to do a lot of sucking of teeth. We're doing mechanics. Mechanic stuff for machinists. Like, oh, that looks expensive. Oh, yeah, that's an atomic calibrator that you need installed. Oh, that's going to take, yeah, days. Oh, almost a cheeky T-butt. Okay, Shiza says, among my clan, we believe that machines have names, held for ages like deep secrets, unheard by those unequipped to listen. We will find this one's name together. Okay. Okay. Gliding wings attach the bike. What have we got here? Gliding bike booster. Okay. And gliding bike front. Okay, Sealable, have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? And thanks for coming to hang out. I know it hasn't been bombastic tub-thumping action today. I don't know why I keep referencing Chumbawamba. There might be something wrong with me. Sorry, Vanderbeest with, hey Spoogle, play I'm the New Guy by Thick McRunfast. The EDM remix of Thick McRunfast yelling, I'm the new guy! From the seminal Balu Bowl tournament.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you.
I believe that it says never gonna hurt me as well. And yet, through psychological warfare. Okay, but seriously, stay honorable, have a lovely rest of your evening, and thank you for the 300. Sorry, C222 was like, wow, sorry, I didn't realize streaming not New World was allowed.
Okay, Google. Play the song that never ends.
Caffeine, no! That's an infinite loop! That's how you blow up your Google Home! Oh, Lizzie has plugged their headphones in now. The Lizzie versus caffeine conflict has grounds to a stalemate. Neither one winning, neither one losing. Cowherd! 1v1 me, speakers only. Alright, so Caesar says listen. Caesar tilts her head a moment, listening closer. Simoon. All at once, I know the hoverbike's name. Simoon. I say it in a whisper to let Shizu know. Simoon. Simoon. Well done, Sable. Alright, but what does it mean? What does it mean? You should ask it yourself. Shizu looks entirely serious. The bike, to my enduring surprise, says nothing even when I lean close. I tell Simoon that I'm eager to know her better, and Shizu looks quite proudly at the both of us. Alright, you ready then? For the gliding. May all the gods turn their faces from you, Sable. An odd blessing, perhaps, but Shizu is prone to such things, and I can read that her tone was meant quite sweetly. You must learn to listen to Simoon, to care for her. Seek out my fellow machinists on your travels. Sable, they will teach you the art of machine whispering. Oh, and here, take this. It's a machinist's badge. You'll meet plenty of my ilk on the gliding. Show them your worth, and they'll give you more badges. Oh, badges. I love badges. I got a whole board of them over there. I have to resist, because every time I do like an Etsy deep dive, there are Arknight badges, and they have my favourite character as a shiny glitter pin. And I look at it and I go, that's not $30 worth. So I have to resist. I spend a lot of time just trundling through Etsy thinking of gifts for friends. I thank Shizu twice for good measure and give a bow. I am ready. Alright. I should speak to Jardy about the final gliding ceremony. Gladding ceremony. The thing is, Lizzie, I can't read that not in a super nasally, do you really want to hurt me? I don't know why. She looks busy. She'll leave it to it. Can I have my bike? Can I have my bike? Nah? Alright. Cool. Oh, because it's not my bike yet. I've got to have the ceremony first. Okay. Well, Lizzie, thank you for the 100 bits. But yeah, C222, I'm breaking the mold here. I'm not streaming New World. And this is just I guess a personal preference. It's like, New World is a game that a lot of us are playing and experiencing, and MMOs, probably more than any other genre, are experienced. I don't think MMOs are fun to watch. I don't think they stream well, and I don't think they feel like a group experience unless you're playing with the person who's playing. It feels more like being invited over to someone's house and they ignore you for 6 hours to play an MMO. And that's my personal philosophy on streaming it. I think New World's an interesting game, and I'm looking forward to playing it. But, like, at least me by myself, I don't think I could, you know, natter with you all in the way that I like while doing that. So instead, we're doing what nobody else is doing. We're playing some arty, like, Mobius-inspired Breath of the Wild jet bike indie game. How are you? Alright, looks like the badge. Shizu gave it. Then you must have earned it. Well done. Kestrel says they're not sure what makes New World an interesting game. What's their hook? I think that New World is a title of subtleties. It doesn't have an hook. I can't tell you, you should play this because it does X. It's not like Book of Travels or, I don't know, I guess Love got discontinued. Oh, Salem says currently on their own follows New World is 0 of 11, while Melty Blood is 3. There's also Melty Blood. I also can't play fighting games and chat at the same time, as I'm sure you've all noticed. I could do one or t'other, but I can't do both. Like, New World is, like, faux colonialism. It is structured PvP, so it's not just getting murdered left, right, and center. It feels like an evolution of Guild Wars to an extent. And there's a lot of polish and thought around it. If you're into that sort of thing. Caffeine has 0 New Word people, mainly because Thor is asleep. He's got to sleep sometime. Okay, so Johnny's saying, don't feel like your first mask is your final choice. The gliding is about freedom and explanation. I suggest you claim as many masks as you wish. Only at your final ceremony you will be asked to choose one. Wolfcrad, go get some sleep, friend. Thank you for coming and hanging out. I hope this has been a lovely little day. C-Triple2 says, nah, I'm not into polish and thought. I'm not usually. Give me weird and interesting. Give me janky and different. New World's not a game that I could get excited for, but so many people I know are enjoying it and having a great time with it that the idea of spending some time with them seems quite nice. Alright. It's time, isn't it? Time to walk through the face door at the Temple of Rahan. There, you'll assemble your gliding mask. And go. Before you leave, child, I made these. They are dyed the traditional Ibeksi maroon, and I hope provided you great comfort in the desert. When you leave today, you will no longer be Sable of the clan child of Ibeksi. You will simply be Sable, and the rest will come. But no matter what you are, no matter where your journey takes you, I will always know you. Oh, and I will always love you. I'll see you again. And I don't know where my journey will end, but I know that it must begin. And I am ready. Alright. Let's feckin' do this. Oh, cool. So we got fancy stuff. Yeah. So later on, we're going to find more and more variations on the mask. Like that. And I guess the dyes is something we use later on. And that's as much of the world as we've explored. So that's cool. Sorry, so we definitely went there. We definitely went there. Checked out there. And that way was closed to us. Okay, so yeah, all there is to go assemble our bike. But anyway, sorry, please don't think that I'm like dunking on New World. I have experienced a lot of like big online projects, and the thing is, God, of my gaming time, I've probably put in maybe 2 decades into varying MMOs, like Ultima Online, World of Warcraft, EVE Online, God, Worm for a bit. Oh God, there was a Kung Fu one, like a Wushu one I played for ages. There are the interim titles, you know, your Destinies, your Warframes, your Phantasy Star Online. Like, I'm an original Orange, my friends. Or Orange, or however it was said. Like, I was the kind of person that sat there and tweaked their namesake to get it just right for the kind of colour I wanted. I've spent a lot of time in the company of online titles. And so I guess these days, if it's something that's going to really grab me, it's got to have something special to it, you know? I'm really looking forward to Book of Tales, which is a small-scale online RPG. I'm actually hoping to play it with Joe Cat at some point, because we're flipping at him for it, but who knows? Oh, cool, that's not weird creepy at all. Well, we found a god. Hopefully this one can stay alive. Sorry says they want to play Warframe, the PC can't run it. I believe there's crossplay between the console variants now. Because I know we were talking about this before, and it was like, I do think for yourself it might be better to go for a console in the interim before getting like a big gaming PC. Alright, should head to the temple to begin. Treasure! Heckin' treasure! More cuts, lovely. 90, the game is utterly gorgeous. We are working our way towards building our gliding mask. So basically, in this nomadic culture, the gliding is like the rite of passage, where a child leaves their clan and heads out into the world. Also, we get this cool little bubble that makes us go floaty floats. I'm going to say, big fan of the floaty floats. Miyaki Skura says, less threatening than yesterday's god. Yeah, gonna agree with you there. This god doesn't seem to want to break our face off and beat us to death with it quite as hard. Sorry, who says, the Xbox, they can play Minecraft, their elder sibling, it's the thing they want to do. You know what? As much as Minecraft is this now monstrous entity, there's something still just beautifully joyous about sitting and playing split screen with somebody. Like, it's a lovely way to spend like a cold, rainy Sunday, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, and Varbles, we absolutely deserved it yesterday. Our character was an absolute shite. But the fact that there's more to that game, that there may be, like... Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, I think keyword's going to be an interesting one. Though we'll probably end up spending a larger portion of next Thursday bringing everybody else up to speed so they can, like... So they can puzzly solve with us. Because I really did enjoy doing it as a group. Oh, versus 90. That must have been. It must have been fascinating seeing someone come back to it. You know. Also, this was the place I already climbed to, and then I got distracted. So we're up again. Oh yeah, and as 90 was saying, especially with the Xbox, there's a lot of cloud saves and cross compatibility. So like, stop me if I'm wrong here, friends, but I'm pretty sure that Warframe. At least the Xbox variant has cross saves, right? Oh, Sage was saying the Blackout Club is the one game they haven't played in a month, haven't uninstalled, and will return to it. I mean, feckin' yo. It's... I mean, I don't know what this week's going to entail. I'm assuming it's still just the recovery from everything that happened. This doesn't seem very good. It seems unsettling. Okay, and this is the mask the deities have chosen for us. I'm seeing this seems exceedingly sus. But that mask is pretty metal. The Hall of Creepy Faces, I could do without. Y'all are weirding me here. But the Abexi mask. Alright, return to camp. Oh, Lost Flower says Warframe will have crossplay soon, but not yet. Okay. Alright. So this was our... Oh, so this is a child's mask. A blank-looking mask worn by children of the dunes. Most kids customize theirs for fun, but more traditional clans frown on that sort of self-expression. Affect them. And here we go. This is an Abexi mask. A mask worn by those of the Sansi made of bone. The ones particular to the Abexi are made of the skull of the mountain goat. Cool. Smells like goat. Oh, 90 says, a lot of the games I've installed that I'll go back to one day. Yeah, I had to admit to myself that after the horse death, I'm not going back to Red Dead Redemption. Or if I do, it has to be a new story. The loss of that horse made me very sad. Plus the fact that I was thousands and thousands of dollars in bounty debt before barely starting. The other one I had to admit the other day was the Miscreated. As much, as desperately as I want that game to be something that I play on the regular, or something that we play as a group, I still haven't been able to come up with a format that would be fun, you know? Maybe during the winter we'll do a day on it, which we'll do like the thing I was talking about of like maybe doing a... almost like a LARP, an in-game LARP of it, but still... Like, I don't know... I don't know if I can make that fun for us. Because unless you really enjoy the idea of playing those kind of games as they are, I don't want to add a PvP story mechanic to it. I like the idea of us going out as a team. I don't know. Anyway, the point being is that I finally uninstalled the Miscreated the other day. Oh, we've got mail. Jardy's voice seems echo. Well, Sable, this is it. By the time you hear this, we will have gone. The gliding is a journey that you must begin alone. There's a certain nuance lost in the transmission, and for that I am grateful, for it had been far too much to hear the cracks in her voice, and would not run weakly into her arms to stay forever. But I am ready. And so, I close my eyes and listen. But though you go by yourself, you are not without friends. You are not without family. And you are not without love. These things you will always carry with you, as you do your mask. And I know I'm not supposed to do this, but if I were you, I might go see Utrani. They're the machinists at Burnt Oak Station, and among Cizo's closest friends. Atari's a good contact to have in one's gliding, and a fine way to get another machinist badge if you're so inclined. Only a suggestion, though. As for us, I'll send another message once we're returned to Ewa, so keep an eye on the post boxes and try not to forget us. She takes a long breath, and I forget that things are as easy as breathing could ever exist. The world is waiting, Sable. Good luck. The idea that there's not some big ceremony of you leaving, that you go and get your mask and the tribe just is gone. That you have to take those steps yourself. Yeah. Simone! I can call for my bike! Oh, hello, bike friend. Oh, that is smooth. Simone, you've been holding out on me, friend. Yeah, I think I get the reasons now they give us the clunker to start with. This thing just glides. No pun intended. Oh, it is gloriously smooth. Alright. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go. Got to follow my rainbow.
My parents moved when I was a kid. Would have been nice if they had told me as well.
Oh, Bacon! Thank you for the 200. Fucking yo.
Come in to me, show us the way. I'm caught between the wind and parts of the unknown. Adored,
Who wants to sing?
Oh, Baron, thank you for the host, friend.
to see.
How goes it?
Feels like everything is moving.
Right, so there's a cartographer. There's a place to have a look. Heck me, this game is gorgeous. Oh, there's like a mountain encampment. Fucking yo.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, Simone, calm down. Oh. The Call of Cthulhu is now hosting us. Oh, goody. Now we've caught the eye of an elder god. There's no way this goes poorly. God, this is gorgeous. Let me just mark this. Yo, are those floating mountains? Damn, this game is gorgeous. Okay, those are floating things, but they're flashing red, which probably means bad. And Kestrel, there's no sand sharks. Right, so there's a machinist. Oh no, that's a map maker, a cartographer. Let's see if we can afford a map from them. Get a sense of our bearings. Oh, fucking hell. This game is gorgeous already. I don't know. It somewhat reminds me of the glorious start to like Death Stranding and stuff like that. Because Vanderbeest was saying like 4 hours 22 from start to title screen, but the start of this game was absolutely the, you know, say goodbye to childish things. The beginning of becoming a person of your own right. When this game said it was going to be about a journey, they weren't joking. I don't know. hard not to get very introspective with games like this, you know. I didn't really have the pat on the back, good luck into the world. I just kind of got yoked out and was like, so long, not our problem anymore. But then again, I had the opportunity to be my own person from a much younger age than a lot of people get. So, it wasn't all bad. And, I don't know, one of the things that's been weird about getting this, for those who don't know, I got given, well, I say Fiona and I got given a little taco truck as a gift. And it was wrapped in British Isles maps as a joke for wrapping paper, except for this little gift came with this piece of the South Coast. And this is where I grew up. Like, there's the little feckin' corner where I lived most of my life, which you won't be able to see. Near Petworth, you know. Went to primary school in Grapham, then Midhurst. No, it was, it was Grapham, then Petworth, then Midhurst. Because the schools back then were so few people that it was there was lots of little schools all kind of filtering up. Alright, I greet the cartographer shyly, a little cowed by how Shaloni-ish up here. She responds with a warm smile. Alright, thank you, Grinder, for taking the time to come up here. Surveying gets a little lonely. I tell her I do. Alright, so what do you need? Map. Alright, here's what I have. A map of the area, or a cartographer's badge. Do I have anything I can sell? No. No! Okay, so we can either buy a badge or a map. A map seems possibly more useful right now. Alright. What's worth a look at nearby? Okay, have you been to the Great Wind Tower? And Burnt Oak Station is close by. And if you're a fan of insects, there's a giant Hercules beetle nest nearby. Rumour has it they can lift 100 times their own body weight. Alright. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, we've got enough for both. Alright, there we go. So I'm not 100% sure what we need the badges for yet. But, who knows? Who knows what adventures await? But now, here we go. And from up here, we can use this. Oh yeah, sorry, for those of you who didn't see it earlier, we can set markers using this setup. Alright, so we're pretty sure that's the place we're meant to be heading to. Oh, cool. Giant derelict spaceship. That is exactly the kind of place we'll find some cool shit. Ooh, what's that? Sorry, here's me just playing fucking tourist up here. That is an interesting looking rock. Alright, so not too much going on. Alright, where's the bike? This way! Yeah, sorry, sorry, you were right. We can grab both. I was completely misreading the UI. I thought we only had 50 coins left. Although the idea that the resource in this world is scrap that is useful. Oh, there you are. Aw, little happy car. All right, let's check out the crashed spaceship and see what we can get. Get some extra pieces for our jet bike. Oh look, animals what died. That's bad. I'm about to say, there better bloody not be sand sharks. I will be livid. Okie dokie. Atomic disposal. See if we can get in. Sorry, the way it made it sound was like places like this are gold dust because this is where we'll find additional parts. Things to make our little Simoon even better. No sand sharks! No! Glass shark. And there's one thing you gotta know about Glass Shark. He loved a fat kid. He see you swimming around, you tubby little fish. Oh, welcome to the Dunboyne. Serial number, long thing, designed in London. Lovely. This one comes from London. Parkour. Oh, get up the bloody... Sorry. I apologise, friends. I was so into just exploring and getting into mischief, I was not chatting with your lovely selves. Don't think... Yeah, so we can't climb on... We can't climb on metallic walls. So, gonna have to play this smart.
As you approach the ship, I just had Utini running through my head.
Oh, Diddy! There we go. Alright, so that's just some scrap metal. Nothing massive so far. I probably shouldn't be just throwing myself off cliffs with a feckin' power core, should I? That's probably not a smart move. Also, Bacon, thank you for the 200, friend. You think I am new to these puzzles you put forward? You consider me a conjurer of cheap tricks? Oh wow, the Dunboyne is massive. Perhaps, maybe just perhaps, I should have been slightly more prepared when I came in here. Well, this is cool though, so we've opened the arse end of it if we need to get down. Okay, Bacon Avenger, have you and I talked about the fact that there's going to be a 2 Jawas in a trench coat character for the Star Wars game that Christian's working on? Have we talked about that? Actually, have we talked about that as a group? This place doesn't seem happy and fun. This place seems daunting. And I wish I'd brought weapons. As our poor little character heads off into the world, only to be greeted with misfortune 2 seconds. Yo!
Guess who's got 2 thumbs and just got paid?
Feckin' yo! Thank you. Hey, is it? Thank you for 1,000 bits, yo. And how are you doing? Sorry, I feel I've been off my game today, just mainly because I'm having one of those weeks where sleep's just being a jerk. And this game is gorgeous. To Tempkits, thank you kindly for the follow. How goes it? Watto and welcome. Showing food and face because I forgot to eat today and last night. But you're the person that makes the good food. Like, that's your thing. You have the powers. Also, very lazy. Yeah. I'm sure I have absolutely no idea what that's like. Making food for oneself, it's just so much effort. Okay. This one looks like it could be a tad complicated. It's almost like it's offset on one side, that it's not, that both fins aren't equal. See if we can do this. Okay, thankfully, it don't roll. Oh, making me nervous here. Okay. This isn't good. Piss! Well, that doesn't help at all. Now what am I supposed to bloody do? Something, something, bloody doors off. Okay, that horrifying noise is the sound the door makes. Why is that a thing? Oh. I don't know, like, this has definitely got this kind of like, it's like sinister ghost ship vibe going on. And I won't lie, unsettled seems a bit strong as a term, but... Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave you here. Because then I can bubble over this way. As this door opens, even if it does make creepy noises while it's doing it. Aha! And officers, they keep thinking it's from their game. Yo, I keep thinking some of the noises this game makes are from the real world, which is around me. And I did not put all this effort into playing video games to spend more time in the real world. It's rather uncouth. Although now I know that attempting to lob this across the way was an exercise in futility. But perhaps this has that whole Breath of the Wild thing where they're fine with you solving the puzzles, and if you want to break space-time and physics to do so, then you do so. Oh, shit. Hello? I encounter a strange luminous figure. It greets me before you've had a chance to be frightened. New user found. Hello, please enter your username, says Saren. I find myself whispering my own name. It suddenly feels odd in my mouth, like this is the first time I've said it out loud. Welcome, Sable. I've set up a new account for you. I asked the mysterious figure about themselves. I am the ship's simulated anthropomorphic registry and information nexus, and you can call me Saren. I ask Saren what they're doing here. I'm not entirely sure. Most of my data modules appear to be corrupted, and I'm attempting to access ship's records. Saren goes still for a moment. Transferring ship's logs to your inbox. You have an unread message, Sable. Unread messages? Here are your unread messages. Recording OI. The panel blinks to life. Strange markings and symbols I assume to be ancient text spills across the screen as the background colours flash wildly. Oh, and Loki, what ho, friend? Oh. The artist formerly known as Reflective. Big Saxy, my word. Just finished making some, by what the looks of it, something feckin' tasty. Well, and caffeine, Sarin is also a nerve agent, and you've got to wonder how intentional that naming convention is. But let's continue. And then with a strange buzzing, the old fabrics said, alright. Aye, within long-range sensors, Captain. We're picking up some anomalous readings from the upper atmosphere. It could be a plasma storm, but the radiation signature doesn't match. Do you want to... Oh, Captain. Maintain approach at current speed. What's our time to destination? 46 Earth hours, give or take. Good. Let's keep an eye on those energy signatures. Get Sarin on it too, and for pattern recognition. Captain, we need to purge the reactor soon, as if we don't... I know, I'm aware of the risks, Ellis. But I'm not purging in the middle of space. We will follow protocol, and the recording fails. The static continues. A few button pushes brighten the silence, and the screen looks navigatable in some way, but I can't decipher anything. No unread messages. Oh, and Zodi, welcome back. The husband has been obtained. Sorry, my mental image just went to you with a great big catching net being like, oh, time to get a husband. And the dramatic dog lost their mind like it was her damn birthday. Oh, because you've been away for more than 20 minutes. Okay, archived messages. Alright, so go back. And goodbye. You say farewell to Sarin. Quest started. Historical reconnection. Yo, I just came here for sick bike parts. Like... There's something about... Okay, no, there's not something about it. It's very, very intentional. But this game wants us to explore. This is our journey. What we do or do not do in this world, where we go and how we proceed is entirely up to us. Breath of the Wild throws you in a world with a task, with a purpose. This is something else. Actually, speaking of which, can we climb that? It looks rough enough to. No, we can't climb that. Okay. So what are you up to? No pun intended. Oh, okay. We got to play this. We got to play this clever. All right. But anyway, Zodi, I hope you're having a lovely evening. We've been playing Sable today, and it's been quiet. Streamlabs decided that it wanted to be a grumpy crumb bum today, so we had to do battle with that. But honestly, like, aside from that nonsense, it's been a really good day. It's been sipping coffees and nattering incessantly. We were talking about, like, the price of video games earlier and stuff like that, which is a topic that I find fascinating. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but... Ah! Now I'm thinking with portals. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Oh. 100 cuts. Which is 100 cuts of the good stuff. And... big old bundle of scrap metal. Alright, I'm gonna put the power cell back because I don't know if the power cell is charging Sarin or if it's just keeping the door open. But if it's charging the AI, I think like letting them be conscious of their own existence, you know. But yeah, I think we found everything here in the Dunblane. Which did include some goodies, but like, none of this was what I was expecting. Oh, and it's daytime as well. Alright, where's the bike? Aha! This is our bike. This is Simoon. We didn't name it Simoon. Its name is Simoon. And I guess this is like a cool lookout thing, I guess? I wonder if we can get up here. Did someone say climbing puzzles? Ooh. Because yeah, after this, I guess we just see what kind of mischief we can get into the dunes with. Ah, peoples. Alright, Sable, you got this. You got this, kiddo. I believe in you. Go on. Go on! Ah, piss in a bin. Oh, you're fine, child. Oh, fucking hell. I mean, dogs are an absolute treasure. River met a friend's dog last night, and they abso-heckin-lutely did not know what to do with River, and River was absolutely showing like only dog syndrome, and it was adorable. Oh, to Sam Gishel, right, I'm playing this Steam build, installed it last night. We've not had any bugs so far. The game has a gorgeous, gorgeous art style. Oh, okay. And we just apparently learned how to do that. It has this fascinating choice that all of the human anims are really, really jerky and almost slightly unnatural. Not too dissimilar from Heaven's Vault, but 3D instead of 2D. But everything, all the time you spend with your glider is gorgeously smooth. Now, you do start off with a rockety shite bucket when you're learning, but it's your learner car. But we literally just got out of the starting area, and it's so good. It's so good. Sim, I don't know if that answers your questions at all. Aside from that, we've been chatting about, well, okay, we were just chatting about Dags. We spent most of the day talking about, like, the price of video games and stuff like that. So it's been an interesting little day. So are we going to take the talking, spooky, glowing ghost ring, or are we going to... Who am I kidding? Of course I'm going to grab it. There's no way this is a bad idea. Alright, a Hieratic Ring artifact. Yes. So Bus Driver Curtip says they managed to play through 80% and haven't run into anything game-breaking. Sounds about right. The problem with indie titles like this is a couple of user reviews having technical issues can turn into kind of a storm in a teacup. But that's another story. I'd always much rather titles try for something interesting and something different, rather than attempt to... Ancient race. I wonder what the ring-shaped artifact is for. Me too. If we can find... Whee! If we can find someone who knows about it. Alright, so there's the observation post. You know what, let's just have a feckin' drive around. Kestrel says, less hiccup, more charm. I know what you mean. In a sea of homogenized titles, a game about the personal journey of leaving home on a jet bike through the dunes. Like, sign me the feck up. You know, I've done my fair share of rugged, po-faced shooty men's. who must shooty men's the bad guys better than the other shooty men's. And oh my god, if I have to hear another group of white guys tell me how they're going to reinvent the first-person shooter, I'm going to vomit on one of them. Just not even retching, I'm just going to go right on them, projectile style. But this, like, for good or bad, it's something special. Already. Oh, Fen Dweller. What ho, friend? How goes your afternoon? Or evening, or non-denominational time travel amount? Ah! There's another little lookout. Let's go check that out. Loki's like, so Will, I have a plan to reinvent the first-person shoot. Well, Sim, I've not played this on Switch or anything like that, so I can't comment. But suffice it to say, like, the time I've spent with this game today has been wonderful. And if you do end up picking up this game and giving it a go, like, hop on back. Tell us how you found it. Like, I have a feeling that this game is going to be very personal to a lot of people. And I think it's going to be personal in a lot of different ways. Sorry, I just want to mark where that town is. Just so we don't lose it later. Oh, hello, weird friend. Weird friend that turns into an egg. Oh, Bus Driver says they're playing it on Game Pass. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Stray Jag. Hello, Stray Jag. My bike's doing a roach. Okay, question. Just give me your knee-jerk honest reaction answer, friends. Do you think that in Season 2 of Netflix's adaptation of The Witcher, do you think we're going to get to see Roach on a building? I think we are. I think we're going to get to see Roach on top of a building for some reason. Bus Driver says they can't wait for 14 to be on Game Pass. So that the memes about it could combine to take over the world. For a second there, I was going to be like, but you can already play it for no money. Why would you need it to be on? And then I went, oh. Wow. Did you see that in the distance? It's like a little mini temple atop a building. Fascinating. Feck it, let's go check it out. The thing with this game being not primarily based around combat is I don't have to worry about us getting in over our heads. You know, we're not going to suddenly encounter like an elite tier moblin that pulls off our arms and beats us to death with it. Okay, Castrol says yes, roof horse. I'm glad we're in agreement. But yeah, Bus Driver, I was going to be like, but Final Fantasy XIV's already free to play through to level 60, including the award-winning thing Heavensward. If Final Fantasy XIV was added to Game Pass, I don't think any of us would be able to stop Kyle. Kyle would officially be too powerful, and the only thing that we can be grateful for is that we'd be at his side and not in his path. Oh wow, that is a whole heap of somethings. Vendweller says if Roach is on the roof, I might even watch it. It's a good show. In fairness, though, I haven't read the books. Like, I am very dyslexic, and as I've said, I often measure the speed at which I read books in months and years, not days. Especially now that I don't commute either. Big friend. Oh, Chumlair. Oh, hello, Big Bug. Upon seeing the frankly humongous chum holding up the remains of an ancient stone tower, I nearly jump out of my skin. Before I collect myself, I hear a voice cooing in my head. Oh, and Ferndweller, audiobooks are a great idea. It's just, I don't have a commute now. Like, I'm either here with you lot, or I'm here doing work, or I'm here playing games, or I'm asleep. Sometimes I'm on the couch watching a thing, but like, it's a rare day that I got to go for like a long walk or... And I'm not complaining. I fucking love doing this. And the fact that I don't have to spend an inordinate amount of time on public transport every day is lovely. It's meant that like audiobooks have kind of dropped off. And the same with like reading physical books as well. Oh yeah, but I hear a cooing in my head. Ah! Hello, Wanderer. Please, don't be frightened. It is I, Queen Chum! The giant chum cocks its head at me and chirrups. Are you talking to me? I realise as I ask the question, this is for my own benefit. I am talking to you as much as I am able to talk. And yeah, Miyaki Sakura, big friend. Are you able to perceive my thoughts? But I assure you, I'm as real as you are. I hear you are carrying some of my children. I feel the eggs squirming in my satchel at their mention. I relax suddenly, comforted by the absurdity of the situation. Your name is old and vast, like the desert. I mouth the syllables as it chirrups silently. Sable. How beautiful. I don't have a name as such, but I am Queen of the Chums. You may call me Queen Chum or Chum Queen, as you prefer. Niney, no! This is a wholesome video game. I bow my head politely. It is an honor to meet you, Queen. The Queen seems surprised by my formality. Oh, my... Such a proper little human. Well, you being here feels very lucky indeed. Perhaps you could help us? Our eggs are scattered throughout the deserts, but they need to be planted somewhere safe. Bring them here, little one, and I will be able to give you something for your favor. My answer comes without hesitation as a big yes. Oh no, Kestrel, I said wholesome game. I don't think anyone would describe me as wholesome. I am a great many things, and I strive to be welcoming. And I try to swear as little as possible while on stream. But I do swear, and I am not a wholesome fellow. But this game is wholesome, and I'm not bringing our nonsense in. Yeah. Miyaki Sakura, I ride for Queen Noodle. We take to the deserts. All shiny and chrome. You're a kind little slug, aren't you? I think I'm going to like you, Sable. To start things off, bring me 5 eggs. Alright, I have them with me already. Oh, you've been so busy! So many of us together already. Excellent work, young Sable. The Queen coos at me while her gentle voice resonates in my head. Oh, how fortunate for you to have taken an interest in us. I find myself smiling at this magnanimous compliment. You are a rare specimen at this age. Where? Chum Queen tier. Increase of the stamina. Well now, you've got me all emotional. Lucky for you, tears the chum carry great power. But I suggest you keep that information to yourself. I nod solemnly, sparing her any elaboration on her suggestion. The tear feels like a gift. I feel stronger, more resilient. Next, bring me 15 eggs. Alright. No worry, Queen. No worry. Just checking the doors, checking the doors. Huh. Checking the doors, checking the doors. Oh yeah, and Niney, I think we've got ourselves a Friendo Cockroach Seed mashup here. Does our map show this? Oh, okay, so the chum layer is now marked. Alright, that's cool. Fendweller says, you doing her groceries? I think we're picking up her kids from daycare. And by daycare, I mean that they were left in the careful gaze of the day's heated sun. Though their life cycle leaves me confused and slightly worried. Alright, where's the bike? Come on! Simoon! I have need of you! Ah, there you are. Nine's like, wait, I think I've seen this anime. It is very Nausicaa. Nausicaa. Yeah, I can't even speak today. Alright, so let's have a quick check of the map. We are here. So there was an outcrop post there. Alright, Feck knows what that is, but we're definitely checking that out. I think we rode past that. That appears to be the next, like, little town. So let's go make some friends. Let's go make some friends. And if we find more chum eggs, we get more stamina, I guess. Ferndweller's like, well, I guess it's going to be a very big omelette. That's how we end up with kaiju problems. Do you want a Godzilla? Because that's how you get a Godzilla. That chum busts out like 18 beef arms and starts wrecking the whole landscape. As we hear dun-dun-dun-dun. Okay, don't lose your bike. Also, I just realised that we completed the Dunblane. The Dunblane's no longer glowing red, inactive. It's blue. So hopefully the nerve agent von Scary Creature doesn't end up becoming murderously sentient. Nope. It spun out for a second there. Woo! Alright. Simon, you wait here. Let's see what's in. Oh, God. Make some friends. Fix up some stuff. You know, live a little. Is this a jail? It is a challenge not to view scrappers through quite a romantic lens. As I look towards my gilding as a child, I picture myself as a dust-covered traveller, exploring strange forbidden places and finding strange forgotten things. A treasure hunter of old arcane objects. And though I'm certain the grid of sifting through sand and dirt for useful tools and things left over can wear anyone down, I cannot help but weave some thread of fantasy into the reality of the work. Greetings, Glider! Name's Alan. I bow and introduce myself as Sable. Atlin. Alright, that's better then. You find much scrap metal out there, Sable? All the time. Good, good. Alan leans back and looks at the ceiling thoughtfully. Got a task for you then, if you're up for it. The hesitation in my voice is a product of a gentle intimidation, but I stand up straight and casual enough to seem as though I'm up for anything. Atlin seems to believe it. Enough. I need scrap, Sable. Lots of it. And you, out there already, doing basically nothing. Atlin chuckles to himself. Shouldn't stay like that. Gliding's odd, yeah? You got nothing to do, and so you have everything to do. Wonder if anyone's ever spent their gliding just lying around. I don't know if that counts. Oh, I'm so sorry. I say with a smirk, though I don't imagine it would count as gliding, but at the same time I wonder if people do go out and then use that time simply to be with themselves in a safe and reflective space. Would it matter as much what mask we chose if we found our purpose deep within? Whoa! Alright, kid! Oh no, should I be doing that? Atlin clears his throat, and I'm grateful to be shaken free. Anyhow, the task. Let's see if we can understand this one, right? It's a bit complex. I tell him I'm ready. Go out, find scrap, bring to me. How much do you need? How much can you carry? I show him my arms and pockets for scope. Yeah, I need that much, as many times as you can do it. I tell you I'm happy to find any reason to explore, and then I'll return with everything I find. And I say goodbye. Oh, cool. Let's see if we can get paid. Look a bit way down there, Sable. Hope it's scrap. Selling the scrap metal. Alright, I sell everything I found, handing over piece by piece. And I say goodbye. Alright, cool. We're up to 500 tits. I meant to say 500 chits of useful information, and that is not what came out of my mouth, and I do apologise. Alright, let's see what this little village is up to. Oh, cool! Little park stations, that's cute. Seems there's not less so much auto park. Alright, Simoon, you be good. Don't start fights. Don't canoodle with the others. Is that a bar built out of a giant bug? Glorious. Ark says Atlan seems like a fun character. Atlan's just one of those people that's just has done it all and is just done with the fancifuls. Yeah. Got any messages for us? Nope. Don't know why I bothered checking. Big's like, I've drank in worse places. Same. Welcome! Come view me wares! Alright, I would like to trade with you. What have you got? Alright, so Beetle Bike Booster, Beetle Bike Front, Beetle Bike Wings. The mandible-like wings flare out with intense. The riders... for tight aerodynamic gliding when driving at high speeds. Yo! We could buy a bug bike! Sign me up. That's what the cash is for, right? Now can we just... Okay, so we can't just customize... Oh no, caffeine! We're not tired of Simoon. Not even slightly. But swapping out Simoon's big flappy floaty wings for a pair of, like, cool, like, glide mandibles. Sign me up. Well met, glider. What's the glass vial? Oh, I made this. It's a colour palette for a hover bike, inspired by my works. Take some. Be very proud to see you riding your bike with a colour. Alright, what's up with the statue? Blah, blah, blah. Gods. Goats in the clan. Alright, see you around. Whatever. Thanks for the paint. Alright, so what have we got here? People that don't want to talk to me. And buckets. Shit tons of buckets. Not a very action-packed place, this. Alright, I guess we'll ask Buglian about the camp. This is one of many beetle tent stations in the Midian, named after that big old burnt tree over there. Plenty of characters passing through here, and they're worth a bother if you're on your gliding. Never know what badges and masks you might pick up. Hey, don't be shy. Pick him up. Scrappers around here too, and they're just as lazy. You look mean and fighty. Alright. Always nice to meet a fellow adventurer, especially now. How are you faring? Never felt more free. Okie dokie. It's possible I'm romanticising a little. See, I'm ready. I'm getting ready to leave on my second gliding. She reads the confusion in my silence. Did no one tell me about second glide? Does no one know about second breakfast? I suppose it isn't a real second gliding, but it's how I'm thinking about it. A chance to see the world again. How it's changed. I'm an Equine guard, you see, or I was. As of 3 days ago, I'm officially retired. You should have seen the way the others looked at me. All of them so baffled to see me go, telling me how much they'd missed the big city. A few of them even felt sorry for me. Like, what I would do now my life's purpose is complete. Can you imagine? I said thank you for all the strange condolences, but tomorrow marks the first time in decades that I'll wake up in the morning and have absolutely no idea what lies ahead. And I've never been more excited. So don't get me wrong, I love my work. I even love the noise and the trouble of Erica. But I spent enough of my life standing around here, looking hard. It's time to explore. I'm heading to the Badlands, I think. I want to see the Bridge of the Betrayed. That sounds metal as hell. Now, if you haven't already, you should definitely go and see it yourself. You want the Northern Badlands, southwest of here. Maybe I'll see you up there. A view from the bridge. I've got ourselves a bar. Innkeeper, what can I do for you? Do you have any tasks that need doing? Might as well ask. Lava husks! I need some lava husks. They're like... Do you know much about beetles? What is a beetle? Really? Ah, bit of a philosopher. She pauses. I'll be honest with you, I don't have to answer that. But if you wouldn't mind helping me get some lava husks, dry shells from growing lava and leaving behind, I'd be grateful. Alright, yeah. No, that's all good. Get you some Hercule beetle goodies. Alright, so I guess all that's left is to find the person around this area that... Hang on, what's that? What's that bluefin? Oh, wow. Dawn comes at you. Dawn comes at you fast. I don't think we can climb... Oh, we might be able to climb enough to get up there. Oh, okay. Sorry. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Sleep well, friend. And thank you for coming to spend the day. We're talking to a ghost now, apparently. Oh, no, it's a dusk firefly. All right. Curious creature, if ever I saw one. Okay, so let's go see if we can get a pint in the hollowed-out husk of an old... whatever this is. Scrapper down bottom didn't have much to add. And you are... the mask caster sits, unmoving and silent. I can't tell if it's human or something else. I should collect 3 badges of a set and bring them to the caster. Cool. Alright, so that's the goal. 3 badges of 1 set picks our mask. But they made it seem as if there'd be more, like, machinists around here. But I ain't found one yet. I ain't found one yet at all. Excuse me, one of you know how to put machines bloody together? No, it's a tiny... Oh! Egg friend! Still weirds me out. But we're getting powerful tier magic from it, so... Alright. Alright, indeed. Yeah, I'm just kind of feeling like... I wonder how we customize Samoon. Oh, and Ark of the Conclave, it really does feel, like, similar to that. There's a great big giant, like, mama worm. And we're basically working to get her babies back, and she is rewarding us in kind. They said there'd be a machinist at Burnt Oak Station, but can he find one? Maybe I'm just being a dingus. Let's take a beat. Let's take a beat. Let's take a breath. See, you're not doing a thing. I need the sheep to not. Throw me for a ruddy loop here. And I'm pretty sure that giant bug is purring. Not entirely sure how to handle that, but... So yes, there's the Dunblane where we've been. Maybe we need to head to the other space. Oh, Vanderbeest, you're right. It wasn't machinist, it was mashepist. Like Meshuggah. Alright, let's see what the other place takes us. Oh. God, I find like this is just gorgeously calming. I want to keep just trundling across the landscape and having adventures. I don't think this, like I said, I don't think this will be a game that I stream any more than a day-to-day. It's beautiful and calming, but I think there's something deeply personal about this experience that doesn't necessarily translate. I think what I'm saying is, like, this game slaps, but I don't want to... I don't want to bore you all to tears with it, because, you know, friends, I could happily crack a beer and skate across the dunes until I'm blue in the face. Oh, wellity, wellity, wellity. Wellity, wellity, wellity. Egg friend. Agonadiki. That shade just before it starts going purple and you worry that you might have to call someone. That particular shade of blue. Oh wow, there's a bunch of chums here. Little friendos! Chummo. Chummo sounds more like a food supplement for them. And again, I'm still slightly unsettled by their, how to describe it, their ecosystem. That they seem to transform into plants when startled and then provide you with an egg. Like, what's the life cycle? I'm getting like major xenomorph vibes, and I probably shouldn't be. Yes, good old-fashioned chum-chum, that is. But they're fucking cute. Just weird. But I think that's another thing that this game is doing wonderfully, is this game doesn't feel haphazard or random or slapdash. It really does feel like a living world. We're just learning. You know, this is Sable's first journey out into the world as herself. And for us, it's the first time we're learning this world ourselves. Oh wow, and it is windy up here. A bottle of dye for a sandy bike. Oh, you're fine. Miyaki pointing out that if it's alien-like, we're going to have a very powerful friend. Alright, let's see if we can see the plumes of smoke. Because that's where we're headed next. And this might be a little too far into the... Well, I don't want to say Badlands, but... okay, no, we've got to... So we've only got one marker on the board. So, okay, we do have to skim through this little area. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I mean, it's not like there is a combat system per se. The best we'll have to do is run, like, run super duper whooper avoidance. Agananiki was saying that they're really enjoying the cel-shaded look in this game and that it makes it look almost rotoscoped. I know what you mean. I wonder if that's another reason for the jerky human movements, because otherwise they seem unnatural. Like, otherwise they're too uncanny valley. Like, the rotoscoping and all. Oh boy. Oh boy. Got a real big wave of the sleepies there. Oh. God, yeah. I think I'm just in this, like, this perfect little mood to just skim across the sands and get into mischief. I think I'm probably going to keep playing this after. I haven't been playing as much Destiny as I had planned to, but that's more because the only downside with having a lot of online friendos is that sometimes one can feel like one is the required... Oh, climb up there. You know, Agananiki, you are the second person to make the heavy metal comparison, and I don't think it's unfounded. Caffeine says that the lack of sounds is what's getting to them. Some engine sound or something would be good. I know what you mean. And it could be because of, like, how the sound's coming across on, you know, Twitch.television. But for me, I've got, like, the sweeping sounds of the sand being whipped up by wind. Crunchy munchy footfall. Oh, excuse me. Cheeky T-burps, apparently. Also, I did see a fire here, so I know we're not just stumbling into another empty cavern. I mean, heck, we saw the feckin' smoke from miles away. Why does it always feel like those crows are plotting something? Is it just me? Hello! A nice place to sit in the way and wait for the... On the way to the wind tower, I can see all of the eastern dunes from here. Oh, wow. It's like some huge, like, brush forest. Ah, to the Valkyrie Lantern. What ho again? Welcome back. How goes it? This game is very calm. I'm having a ruddy good time with it. I worry I'm not being a very good host, but you know me. The worrying sort... Well, actually, I can't say you know me. We haven't hung out that much. That's very presumptuous of me. I mean, Kestrel, I love crows. They are smart, and that intellect is always fun to spend time with. But I agree, they always feel like they're plotting. If it's not directly my demise, it's the demise of someone else, and I best not get involved. You know what I mean? Oh, I might be able to make it. Alright, we'll take you back to your mama. The big mama jammer, if you will. So Valkyrie Lantern is suffering from one of the great questions. What to play this evening? Their choice of Skyrim, Monster Hunter World, or Conan. I could throw in a fourth wild card, but I don't think that'll help the situation. Agananki says the animation is very 80s. It is, but it's intentional. Like, in moments like this when we're gliding and when we're on the bike, the animation is buttery smooth. But... Oh, welcome to the wind tower. But... Oh, wow. It's real pretty. Doors don't open yet. Wow, okay, this place is gorgeous. Yeah, I think what's fascinating about it, at least from the art style perspective, is that sorry, I losing my train of thought there. Yeah, the game is buttery smooth when you're gliding or when you're moving. It's only when you're on foot running around by yourself does it take on this eerie quality. And I think that's very, very intentional. You're supposed to feel like you're like gliding through the sand dunes. Like you're supposed to feel like wow, we are climbing right to the top. But yeah, sorry. Oh, Valkyrie was also adding good pop arc in the old PS4. So, how far are you into Monster Hunter World? Because that's a game I personally love. Just gonna remember to get that chest on the way out. So Valkyrie Lantern, that would be my suggestion, unless you want a fourth wildcard option, which is get in the car, loser. Which is free. It is 0 money! And it's something we spent a lot of time talking about today. Okay, so Valkyrie Lantern's beaten both World and Iceborne. Okay. It's just getting a sense of where people are in Monster Hunter. It kind of gives you a context, so... Oh, wow, the feckin' view! Sorry, burbs. Oh, wow! Okay, so we can actually power this operation. Alright, look out below! I'm sorry, I said look out below! Sable, you're killing me here, kid. I'm trying to do a bit. Also, more goodies! A bouldering top. It won't make you climb faster. But you'll look like you know what you're doing. Alright, let's go get into the goodies. Open doors with magical wind powers. Oh, that's where we came in. Sorry. I'm getting spun around a little bit. But yeah, so Valkyrie Lantern, we can definitely play video game sommelier. Oh, the machinist's top. Standard uniform worn by the machinists. Always make sure one piece has its own set of unique modifications. Interesting. So we found... Kind of makes us look like a little bit like a Ghostbuster of the deserts. Which is kind of metal. Yeah. Welcome, Ghostbuster of the Sands. I mean, Valkyrie, if that is your intent, that is glorious. I think the decorum on things like this is advertising one's content in someone else's place is considered uncouth. But if that is your plan overall, I won't take massive offense. Agadaniki's getting the Heaven's Vault vibes, just getting more intense, yes. And rather than traveling from planet to planet, it's more like freeform exploration, which I'm hecking down for. And yeah, definitely enjoying the aesthetic of this, something fierce. So I guess, yeah, what we need to find is someone that can, like, work on our glider. Maybe? Heck, I don't know. Just a tiny person making their way. Oh, heck no, this was actually a new place. That wasn't the... Because the chum layer's there. That's the cartographer's balloon and the Dunboyne. And that's Burnt Oak Station. Which in quests... Alright. A view from the bridge, ancient race. I should speak to Utari, the machinist, at Burnt Oak Station. Alright. So I guess that's where we're heading after this. Oh, and Agananiki, the Breath of the Wild comparisons have been made, but they're much more than surface deep. They're much more than surface deep, and God, the feel of it. Actually, Original Zodi makes a good point. We do have a stealth promo channel in the Longship, which is probably a better place to throw it. And if you ever need to use, like, I like to think of this as like a bar. I am a terrible bartender, admittedly, but in that regard, like, this is a place where I like to bring people to facilitate conversation, show you some good stuff. I didn't say hi to Iron Leonum, because I'm a terrible bartender. So... It's one of those things of, if you went into somebody else's bar and went, hey, it's cool hanging out with you, I'm opening my own bar down the road, how about you all come over there, would be considered uncouth. But going to someone else's establishment, having a drink, having a good time, and then letting people go, all right, let's come to use of their own volition. Ah, oh, damn it! Sorry, Zodi, I'm working by myself this evening. I can't get the staff. You know, it's been real hard. Oh, chocolate milk as well? Fucking, I'm behind on orders. I'm not saying that I'm going to jump on my jet bike to avoid filling out these orders, but I'm thinking it real loud. Oh, don't tell Thor! Ah, get me in trouble. Okay, so we need to head towards the blue marker and then towards Burnt Oak. And just the... Oh, God, this soft, like... I forget the musician that did the work for Minecraft's original soundtrack, which had that beautifully soft, haunting vibe to it. This is very evocative of that, and it works. Oh, and Valkyrie Lurker, you have nothing to apologise for. Thank you for asking. It does get a little uncomfortable sometimes when people come in and be like, hey, I'm doing a thing! Come look at my thing right now! You did not do that, so you are okay. Oh, yeah, so C418. Alright, Kestrel, it's on the way! Like, you know, gotta get the cows in shape, make it happen. You know, it's not just... Chocolate milk doesn't just come out the ground, you know. Gotta feed the cow an inordinate amount of chocolate, and then, you know how hard that is. Strawberry milk's worse. Yeah, what I will say, Zodi, is, like, on the unspoken rules of Twitch, like, it does change from place to place. Neo Shadow, what-ho? Give him my damn pizza! Don't need pizza. I've got leftover katsu pork to look forward to tonight. Oh, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good! Because the thing I'm all about is, like, if you've made a video game or are working on a project, tell me. Tell me so I can tell people. That I can help with. The thing is, and I've spoken to Aperios about this a lot, I'm not big enough to be a kingmaker. I can't be the person that slingshots one's streaming career into the stratosphere. I wish I could. God, I'd love to have that kind of ability. I mean, I'd probably lose a lot of the conversations that I get to have in these quiet days, but like, just to be able to be like, hey, check out this cool person. God, that would be lovely. I can't do that. But what I can do is take, like, you know, games and artistic works that people have made, and I can promote the hell out of them. One of the best things about being indie, I don't have a boss. I don't answer to anybody, and if I want to say lovely things about the game project that you've made, I will. Like fucking Varbles, who made the incredible The Void Reigns on Haha. Oh god, the team from Slime San as well? Fucking hell, I'll be singing their praises till the end of days. Oh, lovely. Oh, sorry, just Valkyrie Lantern was saying that they crochet and currently make beanies and dice bag. Lovely. So I want to find whoever's playing these tunes because I'm getting some real Outer Wilds vibes here, and I like it. What is that? At the moment, we're doing a thing called No Grey November, which obviously we're not going to complete, but it was the goal was, as a group, that we'd finish all our minis, all our model kits, all our crafting supplies, all our little, like craft projects by November. So, like, Beadora's been working through all her cross-stitch patterns. I've been working through the Gundam backlog. Vanderbeest and a few other people have been working on, like, Warhammer and other, like, tabletop minis. They've been so good. Unfortunately, I was not... I am spoilt by the Longship as a whole. This has been well documented. I am very aware of how good they are to me. So there is no hope in heck that I'm making No Grey November at this point. Oh, Kessel's been turning the bad yarn into baskets. Oh. That makes a glorious kind of sense. Okay, that's still baking my little noodle. They have a sound design to this, which makes it seem as if there is... That looks like something I should be able to take. Oh, but I just pelted it off anyway. Because I'm a bad friend. What do we do with this? Why am farty plant? Where go farty plant? What am I supposed to do with a plant that farts? I'm probably very infected with something right now. Maybe we go give it to the statue, or... What? Yeah, I know it only farts when I pick it up. The question is why? I do not understand what is going on here. Is bus driver Kurtip still lurking? Can I just be like, yo, how am farty plot? I think I have an idea. It's just to mess with us. It's just a troll plant. Alright, come on, farty. Come on, Jeffrey, get him! Aha! Whatever the farting smell was, the giant Herculean bugs are distracted by it. Or attracted to it. So I used Farty bad smell plant to get the bug out of the way. And now... welcome to Bug Nest, I guess. Cool. Okay. And we just need to grab a few more of the husks. We don't need to take the actual tiny babies. So if there's a giant mama bug, right? You don't need to hurt us. We're not taking anything. Your babies are fine. Oh, and Fred, how are you doing this evening? See, tiny babies are fine. There's a lot of predator skeletons in here. I think they might be carnivores. Let's just not think about it. Let's just collect a few more. Never have to worry about it. That's a human skeleton. Cool. Just don't think about it. Don't think about it. Also, we still need to climb our way out of here, because... yeah. There is a thing that I find fascinating about this, though, as this game has no combat mechanics. It has traversing mechanics, puzzle mechanics, all sorts of additional elements, but it has no... you must do a fight. Our hero's journey began not with a sword, but with a speeder bike. And an incredibly long ladder. Still in a dream. Snake Eater. Sorry, it's actually legally obliged now. Alright, so I tell you what, friendos, let's get these back to base. And then I think what I will do is pass you over to one of our... are my arms wiggling? That's the way we need to go. Sorry, I was a half-finished thought there. With this title, what's fascinating about it is that it doesn't have the obligatory hack and slash elements. And it's fascinating that not but a few years ago, there were very few teams that would have been brave enough to be like, no, we don't have fighting in this game. This game is about travel and exploration. It's not about stabbing everything that you meet in the gob. Does that make a weird sense? Alright, where's the bike? Where's me bike? Shit, we gotta go back in and get it. Oh, that's kind of cool, though. It's like a parking lot at the mall. Nobody took your bike, but you can't find it. Agonaki says, given I found combat the worst part of Breath of the Wild, I applaud this direction. Yeah. It's just that, much like lives and... there you are! Aww. Much like lives and game over screens and elements like that, like, the fact that every open world game must have combat was kind of like a... I don't know. It was a... Whee! An overhang from a previous way of thinking. But this is a title that was advertised in E3 press conferences. This is not a small baby game for babies. Nor is it a pay what you want, itch.io, maybe like it if you're into that sort of thing. This is very confidently itself. The heck is that? The heck is that? Must just been my fucking imagination. Alright. Shalhadu comes! If you skate without rhythm, you won't attract the worm. Fucking hell! Sorry, me and Fred went for exactly the same joke. I'm sorry, Fred, we're gonna have to start seeing other people.
Was that a gasp? Sound Frankie?
I'd love to say something blasé like, and I'll end San Frankie like I did regular Frankie. But let's be honest, I'll probably scream, cry, and run away a bit. Also, props to feckin' Keyword for getting a jump scare on me yesterday. That was impressive. Houdini! Sandscape Jawas, just Houdini! There it is again. Wow, so the desert is full of scary shite. Fred was saying that they find the writing very relaxing. The motion lines help it make it more visually interesting. It is. God, it's so calming. And the thing that's fascinating is that, as I was saying earlier, the characters have a purposefully chosen jerky movement. It's very chunky when playing this as when walking around. But when you glide or when you hover or fall, it's such a smooth, fluid motion. It's really pretty. Alright, so here's the lava husks you asked for. Alright. We got a beetle badge. Hope that comes in handy. Just the one more thing. Can you take these husks to Erica and deliver them to Anya, the chime maker? Anything else? Alright. Farewell glider. Alright, so deliver them to Erica and the chime maker. Fred's just saying what they heard was, I like the chunky jerks of this game. Merchant badges. Oh, wow. Okay, so the chime maker's in a whole other city.
So is Sable stable?
Okay, it is, except for that one time I tried to get over that fence and it was not working. It's fearless, it's lovely. It's a gorgeous title. Oh, okay, this person wants to talk to us now. Ah, this is the machinist. Says you're late. I am perfectly on time. Nope. I tell them yes, and they consider it. Ha! No, you are late. Perplexed, I wait for them to explain themselves, but they seem to wait for the same. I briefly feel a hint of shame, then I remember that I have been late among the Abexi and things have slipped up. I dismiss my doubts and recall that I have no idea the strange machinist is. Ah! Here is Zutini. Of immediate relevance is that you are as to you as I am a friend of Sizu. Oh no, it was your hover bike. I heard it for the first time months ago and felt the shape of its voice. Her voice, sorry. Oh, here we go. Alright, so Caesar teaches so little. The voices of our machines are eternal, more ancient than their forms. I hear them, as I always have, and yours I thought would revisit me sooner, but here we are. Now speak of why you have come. Something has stopped and the wind tower working, and I stop opportunity to explaining. I've already fixed the wind tower and wish I could see the expression on her face. You already fixed it. I rock back on my heels and say, yup. Well, why didn't you say so? Then you're not late at all, are you? You're perfectly on time, and I owe you an apology. I hope you'll accept it. Before I can tell them whether I do or not, they roll right over me. Right, and I insist you accept this. Booth! Machinist badge Mark II. You may have been late coming, but you're here where you're meant to be. I give you this badge not only in recognition of where you have been and what you have done, but in honor of many possibilities. That you may, if you so choose, become one of us who speak the unheard languages of Simoon and her vast connections. And this badge is but one. You will need to earn more from others who carry them. But if and when you do, the caster will know what you have chosen, and you may wear a mask. Oh, fluffy, adorable kitten. What, ho, friend? How you doing? Yeah, what is causality anyway? So, fluffy, adorable kitten, then I have to ask, what's coming in 2 weeks' time? Alright, how can I help? Customized bike! Alright. Okay, so we lose a little bit of max speed. So our choice is between the little skittering wings, which increase handling, but we lose a little bit of speed. You know what? I'm okay with that. Alright. Here we go! I kind of prefer it. I wonder if we get to... Oh! The Riftbreaker full release! Feckin' Fluffy, we were talking about it earlier. I think we described it as what would happen if me and Sadlin did like a Dragon Ball style fusion dance. Like, it is they are billion style base building with Diablo-esque controls. But you're also a giant robot in space fighting aliens. Sign me the fuck up. Someone actually mentioned in the Longship the other day that they were surprised that I hadn't talked about it more. And I was like, I'm sorry, have you... Like, I tried to wait until Riftbreaker's full release before I played even the demo. Although, interestingly, the demo is actually set before the game, so it's not a spoiler per se, and I quite like that. It's a simulator based on data, which I find fascinating. Oh, I will say, though, friends, I think this is a very good time to bring our little adventures to a close. Just because I don't necessarily think this is the best game to show people, but I cannot recommend this enough. If you enjoyed Breath of the Wild... If you need more, like, lovely, lovely, calm games in your life, it's an absolute banger. And I've had a lovely time with it today. I will say, I mean, Fluffy, I don't remember it having the automation of Factorio, but perhaps that was because I just played it, like, chunky with laser turrets. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And Fearless, I see you too have also watched Mother's Basement. A person of culture. I appreciate it. Okie dokie Lokis. Right, sorry, let me grab some tunes. There we go. What a lovely day. Thank you again for being patient with me today. I'm so sorry about the feckin' Streamlabs nonsense. And I know I can get very frustrated when things that are meant to herald the glories that you lot do don't feckin' work. Like, that's the point where I want to get ragey. So, thank you for being lovely and thank you for bearing with me. Fluffy Adorable Kitten, you can be darn sure we're going to be either playing or streaming Riftbreaker. So, if you want someone to talk about it, just, yeah, hop on the bloody Discord. You know I'll be there. Okie dokie Lokies. Right. Oh, Fluffy says the millisecond it comes out, they're buying it and playing it for 3 days straight. I see you two are also a person of culture. I mean, I was down for giant robots once it had... Yo! Bacon Avenger, you feckin' legend. It appears that Streamlabs is still being a hot piece of trash feckin' garbage. So, Bacon Avenger, you'll just have to settle for me saying thank you kindly, and then maybe yelling, "Stop that incessant clicking!" at the skies. God, feckin' Streamlabs today. Friendos, just thank you, alright? And I'm sure I'll have someone lovely to pass you to after this. But I do need to say some thank yous. Bacon, I'm sorry. Let's see if it'll... Nope. Cool. Great. Wonderful. Let's see if that works.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Sadly, it wasn't the turtles because it was a direct one. A direct gifted rather than a to the crowd. Right. You lovely, lovely Mother Hubbards. Thank you for bearing with me today through problems, through sleepiness, through zen chill-as games. What day is it today? Is it Thursday? It is, right. That means tomorrow is going to be the Blackout Club, where we get to find out the after effects of the death of a god, I guess. Fucking hell. I believe it will be myself, Ems, and Fiona. I'm hoping we have a Kyle, but we'll see. But that's really the long and short of it. We've got... Currently on Saturday, we're playing the last game of golf ever. And if you're all up for it, we'll play some video games after that. But that could change. I'm still waiting on times and dates and things from people. So. Right. Friendos, thank you for a lovely day. Let me say my thanks proper. As you can see, I'm drifting off into the great ether. But today was lovely. And I hope... Feckin' hell. I so hope that you lot know how much it all feckin' means. If the credits haven't balked... So if your name is not called out, then I am very sorry. Streamlabs is being a feckin' crumb bomb. To Penny Peruna and Jackie Foxbutt, thank you for donating cash monies, because it just goes straight into the war chest and we spend it on food. Let's be bloody honest. Bits, still the biggest thing that keeps us going. So the Caffeine, Bacon Avenger, Androff, Baron von Sheepington III, Firestrager Vanderbeest, ET3 Stooge, Lizzie Tapow, Penny Peruna, the Stammering Gamer, the Stammering Gamer, AFK AOK, Favor 6 Katros, Seolorable, God, I'm all over the bloody place today, Wolfgrad, Sadlin, Pyrojing, Fearless Sun, Lord Lost and Found, Big Saxy, and Stepagen, thank you so much for the bits. Your moderator today was Caffeine and Rhymes and Moose, but even Nightbot took today off. And we had a bunch of follow peoples. So to TempTK, I'm going to say Harsh? Hardy Har, Hookkarl, Markok PK, Thundara Knight, Sexy Beast, Exolent, Astra Ebon Wing, and Stop Sign Cam. All of you, thank you. And I do hope we get to hang out again. Now, those that subbed or were hunted by House Garl, I'd like to thank Gitned, Kandarian, Pyrojing, Slifter, Candria? Graves! Camoufla, Mooney-chan, Marketeer Fred, Melvies, XD, Johnny XP, Admiral Ramrod, Nuclear Ploop, Gold Luca, Albatross Ross Law, let's go with that, and Fluffy Adorable Kitten. Our host today came from XD Johnny XP, Baron Von Sheepington, The Call of Cthulhu, Wheeler Dealer in Lost Flowers, and raids from Aperios, ET3 Stooge, Penny Peruna, and Kestrel North. All of you, thank you. Those of you that brought raids in, thank you for trusting me with your crew. Like, that's a massive compliment. And hosts make the numbers go up. Numbers go up mean Mr. Twitch looks happy. And that's about the long and short of it. Feckin' hell, I'm all over the place. Right. Alright, so I'm going to give you 3 choices, dear friends. 3 choices, once the adverts have played through. So, I can offer you Potion Craft, Diablo 2, or Remnant from the Ashes. Potion Craft, Diablo 2, or Remnant from the Ashes. Caffeine says Ashes. Floppy Durable says Ashes. Alright, that's 2 to Ashes, 1 to Potion. I don't think Diablo is going to be a winner on this one. Oh, okay, Potions has broken out ahead. Alright, we'll give it a couple more seconds before we decide. Sorry, El Polo Diablo Grande, you are not going to be having a good time. Oh, Vanderbeest just doing that to mess with me. Bring in Defender. Right, well, as it stands, Potions is the way we're going. So, we're heading over to Penny Arcade. Laura is currently paying through Potion Craft. And we've got, God, like 2 weeks until Divinities 2 starts up again. So, come say hi to Laura, because she's one of the trio individuals we're taking through. It's going to be myself, Zalavir, Laura, and we're going to create like a guest character for people to cycle in and out on. So yeah, we're going to head over there. God. It's nice to know that even on days where everything's a bit shaky and a bit wonky, we can still have a lovely time. So feckin' thank you, yo. Now we're going to go watch people making up some... Alright, as we were going in, Laura was making a potion called Fire, I guess. And now it's called Diet Fire, TM, which I'm pretty sure is just like a budget Molotov cocktail. Right. Sorry. Thank you all for a lovely day. I apologise I've been a little wavy davy. The game was beautiful. Your company was excellent. I'm terrible at ending shows. Blep us on the Discord later. And we'll go from there, yo. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Enough faffing. Alright. To be continued, friends. To be continued. Let's ride.